da 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 dee dee, da 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 dee dee, da 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 doo, da 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 dee dee. Hello everyone, how are we all doing? How goes life? Oh, wrong bottle. Right bottle. Now, I have some books arranged for today, but that was a happy accident. But I have to admit, I've had a fun weekend, so I might. This might be a few books and a bit of chatting. This might be more chatting, depending on the number of questions which come in and what people want to know. All those things are appreciated. I'm going to resist responding to Twitter to someone on Twitter by saying what cloud cuckoo land do you live in, but we'll leave that one to one side. Oh, they're Dutch. Oh, well, I'll just presume that then. Oh God, you're a child. They're children. I'm not getting into that. I am not. I tried to give them an intelligent response to what they were saying, but they're not going to listen. So I am going to learn the lesson that I always preach to Drac, which is, if in doubt, do not engage with people who are idiots. You will spend your life tilting at the windmills, and you will never have any free time. How are we all doing? This is why I like Discord. This is why I like chatting with you on YouTube. Are we having fun? I'm hoping you can hear me, and I'm hoping it's all working fine. If it isn't, you're gonna have to tell me, because, as said, the system has just updated itself. It's brilliant. Hello, John Shea. Oh, Doc, by the way, did you tell Drac about the chat from Bill Trump 70? Also, which Bill Trumps did say Mr. Drac did threaten the MPM with a battle axe? He conjured the image if it had no axe. Honestly, I think I've allowed it to air like once that he's threatened the he was considering threatening the PM, but it comes up far more regularly than I let it out. Basically, let's just say that Drac and the Prime Minister should probably only ever meet if the Prime Minister is surrounded by very burly policemen who actually like him. Hello, Graham Honda. Hello, Calvin Gasberg. Hello, M35 Benvids. Hello, Frank Spasado. Greetings from the amphibious vehicle that currently keeps more water on the inside than the outside. You in a kayak? Can I make this a spooky special today? Not really. Mainly because, honestly, Halloween has never been never been that much of a holiday that interested me. When I was growing up, it was Guy Fawkes and Bonfire Night in the UK, which was the cool thing. And Halloween has only really come about since I've been in my 20s, and honestly, it's managed to skip me by. Mainly, I've managed to avoid all costume parties and anything like that. Nice experiment. Still watching Drac's Patron dry dock. It's fun. It's 5 hours long, but it's fun. Paul Westwick, any of the UK viewers not realise the clocks adjusted in the UK last night? They did. It's actually, let's put it this way. It's 6 o'clock now, but it feels like 7 o'clock, because that's what it was last night. Hello, Shimmy. Victorious was the guinea pig for armoured flight deck to angled flight deck conversion. Yes, she was 9601. And then they found they had to fix her engine as well, so they had to take it all off and do it again. Costs a lot of money. Hi, Jonathan Burrow. Hello, Rick Vasava. Hello, George Newman. Please, why would you make me start talking about the Admiral Kuznetsov? I'm going to need a full glass fine brew for this one. I'm going to need a full glass of Iron Brew for that one, definitely. Hello, Sean V. Hello, DG40. Hello, Aviator Enterprise. Hello, Bijon. Hello, Dan Freeman. Thank you as ever to all my patrons and everyone who subscribes to the channel, everyone who does super chats, and everyone who just follows me. And again, I am going to mention, as I mention in all videos at the moment, that I currently have a competition going for my aunt, in which if I get to 13,000 subscribers by December the 31st, 2021, A, I get familial bragging rights, which is really, really important to me, and B, you lot get something fun as well. My aunt and uncle have to wear Blackburn face masks and take a photo of them wearing it that I can use on Bruships. That's also going to be fun for me to send round to my aunt and uncle's friends. Because I'm evil. Hello, Lion Top. I don't think I've seen you before. Hello. And hello, Colin Cameron. Hello, Felix B. Hello, everyone. Hello, Thomas Hobarth. Tanya Veloka. Hello. Paul Beswick. Hello. Cascading. The sound is a little low. The sound is a little low. Well, we'll do that, and that might improve things. Maybe a little more volume. Evening. Column could be a bit higher. That improvement. Time for a tale of Mary Celeste. I can tell some spooky tales about ships. I do expect I'll be getting a few questions. Sounding a bit sore from the first proper workout since cover started. I had that this week. Guess which idiot decided that he was going to do 220 kilograms on the leg press? Because, you know, he'd made it to 160 kilograms the other times he'd been back at the gym for exactly 3 weeks, and it was his 9th visit. And thought, you know what, I used to do nearly 300, sometimes a little bit, got up to 320, but that was on a good day. The average one was usually roughly 280, 300. And I thought, well, I'll give it a go. I did my 10 reps. I then was walking around like Grandpa, who had just been sitting in a most uncomfortable chair known to mankind. And speaking like this. Hello, Cascadian. Hello. Hello. Hello, Nook. Hello, Brent Polis. Have you heard about the discovery of Gruswun? Not yet. Greetings from Austria. Greetings to Austria. Hadn't realised I got there. A bit louder would be cooler. Yes, I am trying to... I'm hoping it's louder. I'm hoping that makes it a bit louder. Now, Sean, never get into an argument with a fool. Outsiders may not be able to tell you apart. Graham Handler, Bonfire Night. Only fun if your name isn't Hawks. But it does have toffee apples, as Colin Cameron says. And that was the thing. Toffee apples. They're great. I love a nice toffee apple. You are now widescreen on a big telly. I'm sorry for the television. And I should tell you that the plan is, with all the internet should be fixed. The BT have finally figured out what the problem is. Should be fixed, so I should be able to turn this onto the high definition settings in about 3 to 4 weeks. They reckon they'll have fixed it by, because they're going to have to lay a new bit of cable. Well, when I say BT have figured it out, BT, the electrician who's come here and everything, and basically a new bit of cables needed. And then it'll be able to take high definition. Sounds better. That's good. Don Giovanni, if the Italians had taken Cubinerti seriously, or the US had laid down South Carolina in 1905, how would that have impacted HMS Dreadnought's development? Well, it could have pushed Dreadnought a bit earlier, which could have been interesting. It could have pushed Dreadnought to be ordered in 1904. Now, the reason that would have been interesting is if they do a bit of a crash build in 1905 to get it out by 1906 to get it out before anyone else can get something in the water, same as them. They do a bit of a crash build. But the thing is, they wouldn't have had... they might have... If they'd gone longer, then you might have seen a different dreadnought. And by that, I mean... if they had gone longer, the odds are... well... the odds are... I'm shaking my head. Actually, I think if Fisher had been doing a long-term build of Dreadnought, i.e. had been able to order... had gone in the regular process of Battleship, and had basically known Cubinerti was being laid down, so instead of doing the crash build, had done the 1904-5-6 build, I think he would have gone with the 14-inch guns. I think he'd have gone with the same layout as Dreadnought, because for some reason he seems a bit stupid when it comes to super firing. He thinks he's actually going to blow the roof off the turrets. But I think he would have... he might not have. They might have, with the extra time, have worked it out that it could have been done. In which case you could have seen that fabled, which I have now designed and got working on Ultimate Admirals Dreadnought, the 14-inch gun Dreadnought. My other instinct is that he thought other people were going for Dreadnought. You see, they might have been going for a nil big gun ship, but I don't think they'd gone for a turbine ship. So my instinct is he would not have settled for 21 knots. My instinct is he would have pushed for 24. Which was pretty darn possible. Again, it's one of those things. If you start construction earlier and you have slightly longer, so let's say because they take Cubinerti's design seriously, the Italians start doing their work on various things earlier. You could see the British going in for it in 1904. You'd also probably see a sister. Because look at how the British tend to react. If everyone else is building one ship, the British build 2 or 3. So Dreadnought might well not have been alone. The Royal Navy might have rushed out 2 or 3 of them with 14-inch guns. Now, the long-term impact, if the British rush out 2 or 3 of them with 14-inch guns, is probably, again, that causes everyone to pause, because this ship will have turbines, higher speed, and also have the big gun armament, so everyone will start looking at their own designs. But if the British have 3 Dreadnoughts, let's say, and then build 3 Invincibles, you suddenly have a scenario entering in where the British probably don't build the Lord Nelsons. So those 2 extra Dreadnoughts come in case in status instead of the last 2 British pre-Dreadnoughts. And that could all in all have a very interesting effect on World War II. Because you already have Dreadnought being used to head the Channel Squadron, right? And look after that during World War II and back that up. Well, if you have more older Dreadnoughts which aren't in the firing line, and armed with 14-inch guns, then they're probably out in the Mediterranean doing all sorts of things, which could have an interesting effect on Gobern's operating career, because whilst it might manage to scrape away from a pre-Dreadnought, although it actually does get damaged by a monitor, it wouldn't have scraped away from any kind of battleship, even a Dreadnought-level battleship. It just wouldn't have managed it. It wasn't designed for that sort of scenario. I think again, I do find it interesting the idea of the super firing South Carolina. I think if that had been known to be super firing, then I don't see how. I think we probably end up with a forward super firing gun. I don't think the rear guns change, because part of their reason for their structure is to deal with balancing the hull. I think you still end up with wing turrets, but I think, well, we all know how obsessed Fisher was with getting 6 guns firing forward, because to him that guaranteed 3 hits in any minute, etc. I think if you've got 8 guns firing forward, that makes him even happier. Don't you mind? I don't doubt that the UK would be able to launch. Yeah, it would be interesting. The South Carolinas would probably stop the British perception, and that could change the entire British battleships going through. I think, as said, the interesting thing is the British go with the 12-inch because those turrets are the turrets they have available, and so they can rapidly build them. But I think if they start off more normally in 1904, and they don't have those turrets available, so they have to order turrets, I think he orders the 14-inch guns. Because consider Fisher, let's be honest, he always wants guns bigger if he can get them. He wants that firepower, and if he's got to order turrets and guns anyway, 14-inch is how he's going to go, because then he launches a ship which not only has more guns, is faster, but has bigger guns. So it has more and bigger guns, and then you have... Well, then you immediately are putting people into a position where they're going, they not only have to... It actually gives the British probably more time. Because everyone would have to then work out what they're doing. If you're the Germans, you cannot pretend that 11-inch can match up with a 14-inch. There is no way in... So you're going to have to not build your dreadnoughts until you've got a big enough gun. So that's going to delay the Germans getting involved in it. The Americans probably can find a 14-inch, but they're going to have to redevelop quickly to get around to it. The Italians, they're not going to want to be fitting their guns with their ships with 12-inch if they've got 14-inch. The French are just out of it anyway. Let's be honest. Let's ignore the French. The Japanese. Well, let's be honest, the Japanese semi-dreadnought, all the other semi-dreadnoughts armed with 12-inch guns immediately are... Oh, well... No, it's an interesting thing. If you start Dreadnought earlier in 1904, under a more normal circumstance, because of the Italians taking Cubinerti more seriously, and let's say details of the South Carolinas getting leaked to the British more quickly... then I think you have a very interesting scenario vis-a-vis Dreadnought. Remember, boss, I don't have Twitter or Discord. Is there any way to send you a group Schulden link? I'm Discord is usually what I say, or send it. Put it in the chat. And I might try and be able to get it out of chat if Dan and Stafford, hello Stafford, are able to help. Yes, I have enjoyed the Beaufighters class. I've got to respond to you because you've got a lot of good stuff there, and I know you want to publish it on SimSec. And so I'm going through, Stafford. I'm sorry to go off everyone for this one quickly, but I'm going through and I am getting it. I'm getting it done, but I'm working it out how to best suggest how to put it together for SimSec, whether it should be one article or a series of articles. And I think I'm leaning towards a series of articles, but it's going to be it's going to be for you to decide. But I'm putting together your suggestion. Let's see. Dreadnought, frankly, sounds found a better term to call the battleships. It does. Cody 85, thank you. If the Washington Naval Treaty hadn't forced a stop to shipbuilding for a decade, what would the follow-on destroyers from the Clemson Wilkes have been? Now that's actually something kind of interesting, because I looked at that. Now, I always rather liked the 4-stacker design for the Americans, and let me just get a decent picture up for the up for them. But these were some of the best destroyers in the world when they were made. Okay, this is the first thing you always have to remember. The Clemson class are some of the best destroyers in the world. They are certainly up there with the British destroyers, and let's be honest, I've been over the German destroyers enough this week. I don't need to massacre them anymore. Was it this week or was it last week? I think it was quite recently I have been over German destroyers. I think it was, I'm not sure what it was in a run to. Oh yes, it was last Sunday, I think it was. And yes, German destroyers are interesting, but these are the fabled 4-stackers. Now, the interesting thing is they're armed with 4 4-inch guns, a 3-inch gun for anti-aircraft, and 12 21-inch torpedo tubes in 4 treble launchers. My strong suspicion, if there hadn't been the treaties and if the Americans had kept working on these ships, they would probably have got bigger and probably kept a high speed, but I think they'd have got better armed. You see, these ships already weigh in at 1,300 tons full load. I can certainly see their successors weighing in at about 1,600 tons full load. That would be the successors produced probably in the early 1920s. Early to mid 1920s. And then their successors probably coming after that at sort of the beginning of the 1930s, being 1,900 to 2,000 tons fully loaded. I can see them growing their guns. They would probably continue. They would probably end up going for the 5-inch eventually, but I think they might work with a 4-inch for a lot longer. The thing is, if you have the 4-inch in service, the 4-inch 50 is a very good dual-purpose gun for a destroyer. The 4-inch gun is a very good dual-purpose gun. It's got a nice height rate of fire. It's got nice range. It's got nice capabilities. For a destroyer, if you've got it already in production and your ships are new ships using it, you're gonna want a lot from a 5-inch gun before you move up to it. And I have a feeling they would have got a lot heavier on the torpedoes. This is something interesting again. The Americans and the British, towards the end of World War I, are both heading towards heavier torpedoes. Now, they have 21-inch torpedoes by the end of World War I, and that's what the treaties stick them into. But again, I have this strong suspicion that if you hadn't had the treaties and if you'd had some continued competition with torpedoes, well, there's the fact that the British have 24-inch torpedoes they put in Nelson and Rodney, and then people go, "Oh, that's the British done." Well, because it is. Because by the time the British when the British are building destroyers at the end in the 1930s, well, you'll have treaty limitations. Do you want to fit 21-inch torpedoes or 24-inch torpedoes? Well, the difference is not enough that you really want to lose the number of torpedoes you lose and the flexibility you lose by going to the bigger torpedoes. But if you don't have those limitations, 24-inch torpedoes for a destroyer are very, very nice. And this is the thing. The Japanese, to an extent, cheat more, but also do make their destroyers to an extent out of paper mache, mean that frankly they end up going for more. They end up going for, well, the Japanese end up going for the 24-inch long lance, and I think this is one of the things about the treaties. I think if you don't have the treaties, I think you have everyone having variations of a 24-inch longer range torpedo, and I think maybe you get the Japanese ending up going for a 27-inch or perhaps even a 30-inch torpedo. Now, before anyone starts going back to me going, "But that's horrendously big, and would they really do that?" This is the Japanese. If they're in competition with the Americans, at a certain point, even without the treaties, they're going to realise they can't outbuild the Americans. In fact, without the treaties, they might realise this earlier on. Because the treaties give them this false hope of being able to get to 70%. Which they think is a reachable foundation from which to get further. If they realise they can't compete the Americans on numbers, on scale of production, earlier on, they're going to start pushing the technological envelope because they're going to know they need to hit first and hit hardest every single time to stand a chance. Hit first, hit hardest, and keep hitting until the enemy's down. So they are going to end up going for those bigger torpedoes. And that's... You could end up with a torpedo competition akin to the gun competition you ended up with. Because, again, the likelihood is, whilst a few ships are probably going to have 18-inch and maybe 20-inch guns, the vast majority of battleships are going to settle in on 16-inch guns. And cruisers, well, if you're British, you're probably going to go with heavy cruisers of roughly 9.2-inch guns, because you can keep them up to a fairly good rate of fire. If you want to go for bigger, basically you don't care about them, how to put it, their rate of fire. You want to try and take your enemy out as long range as possible. You might go with 12-inch guns. That's really the jump on your heavy cruisers. Your light cruisers are probably going to end up with 6-inch. I'm sorry, they are. They're going to end up with 6-inch. I would say think of an Arethusa class, but with Crown Colony ideas, because it's going to have 3 treble turrets. And your destroyers will be the interesting ones, because your destroyers will end up with a dual-purpose armament, as expected, but it's a question of what are you designing them for. If you're designing to take out of destroyers, you probably want to go heavier than want to go towards the 5.5-inch range. If you are designing them with the emphasis on air defense and torpedo boat defense, you might go down to the 4-inch. You'd probably get the British on about the 4.5, 4.7s, and you'd probably get the Americans wandering between the 4 and then jumping to the 5. Let's add that in. Take roughly 7 minutes off. Alright, hopefully those questions are holding. Right, let's see if I can catch up with the chat. Frank Spencer, are lighthouses all automated now? Yes, they are. And reads better Dreadnought battleship. Free ships with lookout behind a smokestack? Probably. They might move it. Given the influx a few years of, given the influence a few very competent admirals had on our end design, Fisher Jellicoe Act, would Admiral King have been a help or a hindrance with the same sort of influence? It was very bright. I would worry that as battlecruisers on anyone other than the Fisher, probably the ship's design might be misused and so prove vulnerable. See also US tank destroyers being used as tanks. The thing is, Admiral King actually does have quite an impact on American ship design. He really does. If you look at his earlier career and the roles the places he command, he has a big impact on their design. He does. It's quite disturbing at certain points. Mainly because he is able to. I have no idea if the timestamps thing is working. He says he's typing it in, but there are very long timestamps. John Shea, so what cool books do we have today? You have this stack here, broadly speaking, depending on questions and depending on what what I feel like answering. But I have to admit, I haven't had that great a weekend because at 1:30 on Saturday morning, I got a text message from the government that one of my students had tested positive for COVID, so I needed to isolate. And by the way, this student I'd last seen on the 20th. So it came from the 30th at 1:30 a.m. in the morning that I could have been infected on the 20th. And so I then had to go for a test yesterday afternoon and have been isolating at home and not going out and basically living in my office, broadly speaking, till I received the all clear later this afternoon. So it's been fun. The test results came through very quickly. Thank you very much to the NHS. I am double vaccinated, so I wasn't worried about that. But I was, of course, worried about my mum and sister, who are still shielded. And the reason I'm double vaccinated, they're double vaccinated as well. But even with that, they've been told by the government, by their GP, if they get it, they have got very, very bad asthma, very bad lungs, and they wouldn't do too well. So now I am... basically, my weekend has been... let's put it this way, I've been looking forward to answering these questions. Come on, guys, I wonder how the Radetzky class would have looked like if the Dreadnought came out a year or two earlier. If the Dreadnought comes out a year or two earlier, if anyone's going to adapt, thanks to the huge Skoda works, I have a feeling the Radetzky class will be adapted. Again, honestly, if you have Dreadnought come out in... if Dreadnought comes out late 1905, after starting construction in 1904, with them ordering the guns, etc., and she's got 14-inch, and she's got a couple of sisters coming along, then there's all sorts of things which change. One of the things which might change is the Germans might get such a shock. After all, if you think about it, if the British produce 3 Dreadnoughts with 14-inch guns, and then 3 Invincibles with 14-inch guns, which they probably would do, and if they have super firing capability, then you might end up with the Invincibles having a Renownish layout, i.e. 2 forward turrets, 1 aft turret, and no wing turrets, because that would make them able to build the ship slightly slimmer and go for a better... well, let's put it this way. If you've got 24-knot, 14-inch armed Dreadnoughts, you are probably looking at them building the Invincibles for 30-knot speeds. Which, if they're doing, they're going to want to build them long and thin. Come on, Karen, just heard from my mum that her cruise ship is stuck in a traffic jam leaving Southampton. Fun times. Gut Knight 681. Given that Kuznetsov 4 rep, would the Soviets have had a better carrier fleet if they got all 3 Kuznetsov class intended? And what difference does it make if they get all 3? Might as well post it. Right. So, this is actually a very important question. It goes down to force maintenance. If you have 3 carriers rather than 1, then if one has to be in long maintenance, you can still maintain your air group. You don't lose things. This is one of the reasons why, again, you get into the debate in Britain over the MSS and the future littoral strike ship and what these things are going to be, and there's various good ideas which come out, and there are lots of good idea fairies out there, and lots of people with sensible ideas. But you end up going back to, in Britain, the case that the MSS as being built isn't big enough to operate, as it's currently designed, couldn't operate F-35Bs, other than in a strict VTOL role. A strict VTOL role. I mean, which means they can't really operate F-35Bs. So, if you want to have a third flight deck, you need to start looking at what you're going to replace Albion and Bulwark with. and it might not be MSS, and that's where various ideas on LHDs come in, which then of course bring up crewing, fleet size, and all those things requirements. This is the problem once you get into Kuznetsov. What do you want them to do? What are you building them for? The Kuznetsovs are more useful if you have free, definitely. If you have free, you can always guarantee one in service, and you can do better maintenance on the one you don't on the ones that are not available. You can maintain. You have a larger critical mass of aircraft and aircrew. You have a greater critical mass of personnel who are carrier experienced to draw from, to train up officers and engineers in operating them. You have a greater pool of spares, and you have a far greater capability. The dirty little secret of modern naval forces is that the entire paradigm of only having two of something, and remember, one is virtually none, so one is a showpiece. Two is a capability, but we all know two is a capability which only makes sense if you believe in the wars of choice scenario, i.e. that you are a power so strong you will always choose when you go to war and no one else can force you to go to war. I.e. the idea that we have evolved past war. It's, by the way, it comes from the same people who came up with the bright idea that they had managed to eliminate boom and bust from the capitalist economy. They were shown to be failures in that, but somehow, though, the idea that they eliminated wars wars of not their choice from the world in international relations has still managed to carry on. And this is where you get into a lot of problems in having two. You really need three. And that would have been far better for the Soviets, because if they'd been able to afford, and this is the thing, if they even had free, the reason they don't get free is because they can't afford to maintain and run free. If they had been able to get free and they had been able to afford to maintain and run free, they would have been far more capable. Jonathan Barrow, what do you think of the Osprey Publications' new Vanguard series of books? Yeah, cool. What Gator name? Do you think the US... do you think the US could convince the other Washington Treaty signatories to allow the US to trade free older battleships for free Lexington battlecruisers, since both Britain and Japan had battlecruisers? Ha! No. They could have tried, but that would have been 3 more 16-inch armed ships. If they'd been getting 3 more 16-inch armed ships, the Japanese would have wanted 3 more 16-inch armed ships. And if the Japanese and the Americans have both been getting 3 more 16-inch armed ships, then you can guarantee the British would not have been happy with just Nelson and Romney. They would have probably demanded the right to build a class of 6. Which would have been interesting, because if you think about it, if you're building a class of 6 vessels, you might well be prepared to... Because they build 2 ships, they do emphasise the armour over everything. But if you're building 6, you might have gone for the slightly fast battleship. You might have gone for the design which could get to 28 knots. So the British might have ended up with 6 Nelson and Rodneys. And they would have probably replaced... They'd have replaced all their older ships with them as well. So they'd have replaced Tiger, more than likely. They'd have kept Renown, Repulse, and Hood. If you say you're building up to the same numbers, roughly 18 again, if they've got 6 of those, they probably keep the 5 Queen Elizabeths. And there's no way around it. You probably the 5 Rs. No, 4 of the Rs. Because if you got 6 plus 3, that's 9, plus the 5 Queen Elizabeths, that's 14, and 4 more, that's 18. So yeah, you probably end up having 4 R's retained, which means you probably lose one of the R's, which is probably... Honestly, probably revenge. Oh, is it revenge? Possibly. Hello, Richard. Seth Thompson, how about triple 12-inch super firing for Dreadnought instead of the wing twin turrets? Well, that'd be lovely, but no one had a triple turret design that was in the construction time. A twin 14-inch is possible if you're building earlier, if you're starting it off earlier and you're doing it from the choice. A triple is going to take time. But actually, the thing is, if you're starting off already with 14-inch guns, you might well end up before the triple. Hello, ASCII. Paul Westwick, how soon will your and Drax T83 article be appearing on SimSec? Soon. Sunday Canero, what if instead of Beatty, Lee from the 1940s took command of the Battlecruiser Squadron Mod 1? How would you Jutland look like? Well, let's be honest, if you're talking about Xing Li, honestly, Jellicoe would have probably ignored the fact he was American quite happily for having that quality of an admiral as his subordinate. You would have... definitely you would get more information being exchanged between the Grand Fleet and the Battlecruiser Force. You would also probably have more emphasis placed on Battlecruiser gunnery. So I wouldn't be surprised if the program we see instituted later in the war, where you have one squadron up with the Grand Fleet and therefore another squadron from the Grand Fleet come down, actually instituted earlier on, and if not, if you probably have you probably insists on all the battle cruisers being maintained in one group for the battlecruiser force, and maintain basically in rotation, having one squadron up with the up in the fourth, up in the one squadron up in brain freeze. One squadron up in Scarpa Flow and 2 squadrons down in the fourth from the beginning, so they can keep up their training and keep rotating around for training and quality of gunnery, because he would never tolerate the gunnery being that poor. And frankly, HMS Tiger would probably turn into the most advanced shooting ship in the fleet, and probably Renown and Repulse would have been completed in record time. Hieroglyph, Furious and Russian just uploaded Battle of Java Sea. For if your friends are working on Russian language, it's O2. His channel is good. Okay. I do occasionally do a bit of Russian language, so I'll go check it out. Carl Gasberg, German Imperial destroyers. We are not talking about those. They're just not pretty. Brent Bowles. Also, we're talking. What ifs? One, what might have Ranger been if built to Treaty Max? Viable. 2, if the US left the treaty when Japan did, was there enough time to upgrade the protection Yorktown class? Possibly. Oh well, that's the exact Yorktown class. Let me just check a date. Possibly on Hornet. Hornet could be far more modified than the others. And honestly, if Ranger's built to Treaty Max, she's probably another Yorktown. So, basically, you have Ranger, but you could have had 4 trainers. Oh, God. No, I'm not responding that. Not responding. Sorry, I'm just resisting the urge to respond back to someone on Twitter, wow, you can't read a map, can you? Actually, let me pull up the map which I put out, and you can all guess what I was talking about. And while I'm talking about this, so... Diddly-dee. Bum bum. Let's see. No, that's the wrong one. Ooh. Oh, new tab. And let's go to Bruships pictures, and it'll be in there. Bruships pictures, there you go. At a certain point, I'm going to get it. I'm probably going to have to spend time getting this image, I don't know, tattooed to something for some people. On lots of people's heads. Settings change and build trumps, Bruships, military line, Bruships pictures, and go down to the very last slide. There we go. Yes, it is the Australian submarine, and there are now people who are Dutch getting involved and being stupid. I know, I shouldn't get distracted, but when people start tweeting at me the stuff which is actually wrong, it annoys me. Share. Sorry about that, everyone. I get fed up with it. Twitter is now closed down and I've stopped it updating in front of me, so it'll stop pinging at me. Right, and Carl goes on. If memory serves, some Clemsons were upgunned for twin-mounted 4-inch. Yeah, they were. Hargliff, the problem with up-armouring a carrier is also down-speeding it. Well, you can actually increase the protection on the carrier without down-speeding it, and in fact, if you were going to modify Hornet, you would probably up its armor, give it some armor, but you would also potentially add in some more power in engines, and honestly, the British carriers are just as... You know, the speed, no. They're all. It doesn't necessarily mean down speeding it. Weight is not necessarily that impact on a carrier if you design it right and you're a good hull. Origin. Clemson did more damage to the Japanese in Indonesia than Abda cruisers and 4C combined. Desron 29 is legendary in the USN. You probably. I'm currently managing to get the whole section about the scrap iron flotilla into this week's MB8 convoy, MV8 operation video. Hello, Amir. Oh. Damn, the Germans and Americans had problems with the detonators on their torpedoes, not the torpedoes themselves. So too did the British, but they got rid of them, realised it early on. The problem was the failure to recognise and deal with the problem that both the Kriegsmarine and USN. To be honest, the British also had the advantage they'd done the worldwide testing. So I understood that the Earth's magnetic field had an impact. But AC, how much do I have to pay you to read your direct messages? Pay you to read your DMs. I have a lot of DMs and I have been ignoring them this week. I have to admit, I will hold my hand up and say I'm getting on with them. Mainly because the reason I've been ignoring them is because I've been dealing with free journal articles which have been sent to me to edit. Okay? Review and do some checks for people. And they were sent to me because the person who was supposed to be reviewing them let them down, and that meant they weren't going to have the special and various other things published. And I got a message and went, Alex, you do this, don't you? Yes, I do this area of history. What's the question? Do you mind reviewing these journal articles for us in 2 weeks? And I have managed to get them all done. But that's meant that with doing all the other stuff I've been doing in terms of teaching and preparing videos, family, gym, having a life occasionally, I've had to cut something out. And the thing I've cut out is I haven't responded to any of my DMs, really. So I'm spending tomorrow catching up on DMs. So if I haven't responded, you'll probably get a whole lot of response tomorrow because I'll be working through them all. So I apologise, but that's it. Cody, Adm King's greatest effect in the US Navy was terrorising the Bureau of Ordnance. That was a very important role and a very critical role. Dan, the RN's bombs at Toronto, none of that hit exploded. Actually, some of them did explode. The thing is, how do I put this? They had the bombs fused and designed to be used on cruisers, because they fused them for the cruisers because the cruisers were the primary target. And then some of them were used on destroyers, and some of them were used on land targets. And the fuses, well, if you're fusing something to go off in the center of a cruiser, so the idea is basically it goes boom boom into an a lightly armored part of a cruiser, and then goes off low down to blow a big hole in the bottom. Because that's how you sink a ship. You let water in, not air, water. I have to have this conversation with people on a regular basis. I probably don't with anyone here, but I'm going to do it just in case anyone watches it. You have to fuse it a certain way. But if you fuse it for a cruiser and then it hits a destroyer, well, it might well go straight through and not make that big a hole. And then if you hit a land target with it, then it could also be interesting. Hypothetical, that's a cool one. I'm going to get one, that one from Duty Division. So, let's see. That's going to be at the 53-minute mark. And part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's part 6. It's going to be in there. That's 9 minutes. So we're going to go for 39. Part 6. Bum bum. It's fun. So, let's answer this question. The question is, decision, hypothetically, Washington Treaty has a total tonnage limit instead of a ratio on capital ships. Do you build 30 to 35,000 tons, or go smaller for more hulls? If so, what would you build? Well, if you have the same gunnery limit, and if you're limited to 35,000 tons, but you're given your ratio, and so let's say let's for ease, let's adjust the ratio slightly. Let's say America and Britain each get the ability to build 700,000 tons of battleship. And the Japanese get to build 70% of that, so they get 490,000 tons of battleship. If you're able to build 700,000 tons of battleship, and well, that's 20 battleships of 35,000 tons. I think at a certain point you probably start looking at it and thinking, what happens if I build them of 30,000 tons? Because if I build them of 30,000 tons, I can get 23. If I build them of 25,000 tons, I can get 28. I have a feeling the Japanese cheat anyway. Again. So they probably build them of about 35,000 tons, but they try and build as many so they equal the numbers of the other two. That'd be their aim anyway. Americans are going to build big. They're going to build, because honestly Congress doesn't like paying for large runs of ships, so they're going to build the 35,000 ton job, so they'll have 20. The interesting thing will be the British. I honestly think with the British you end up with a two-tier fleet, and I'm going to explain this. I think you end up with 10 ships structured around the whole term battleships, especially if you don't have, though, if you have the tonnage treaty limitations but they don't have the building holiday. If they have the building holiday, then it presumes it continues much the same. But if they don't have the building holiday, I think the British end up probably with, well, what's the sweet spot? I would want some 35,000 tonners, because that would fight the Americans if I needed to. But I'd also want the numbers. So if I was the British, I'd be tempted to go for 10 35,000 ton battleships and call them battleships, and 14 battle cruisers of 25,000 tons. Arm them all with 16-inch guns. Everything gets a 16-inch gun. But the battle cruisers probably have 6. The guns in 3 twin turrets. The battleships probably 9 in 3 trebles. Because the thing is, whilst yes, the Americans will have 20 35,000 ton vessels, I'll have 24 vessels overall, which suits me. and I have a battle line which is capable, which is very capable. And with the battle cruisers, the Americans can't afford to concentrate their fleet on me. Because if the Americans bring their battle fleet entirely into the Atlantic, then I will have a couple of battle cruisers running up and down the Pacific, wiping out anything they have there. So that's my policy. So in the nicest way, I'm forcing the Americans to divide their fleet, and I can concentrate my battle cruisers to support my battleships wherever I need them, whilst keeping enough, because I have those extra ships. Well, so whereas the Americans have to keep their fleet 10 and 10. For the Japanese, with 490,000 tons, well, that's 12 35,000-ton battleships. And I have a feeling the Japanese, being the Japanese, would probably end up, how do I put this? A, building about 14 to 15 ships, and B, claiming they are slightly lighter weight, but all being roughly around 40,000 tons. That's my hypothetical for what I think they do under those circumstances. And that's if the Washington Treaty had a total tonnage limit instead of a ratio of capital ships. It did come with a tonnage limit as part of it. It's a naval history chat. Everyone, please let's keep there. They're all fine. Stafford Thompson, thank you. Okay. Ooh. Paul Johnson. If the Invincibles get 14-inch, what would that mean the Splendid Cats get instead of 13.5? Well, that's the interesting thing. If you start off with 14-inch, you're not going to go to 13.5, are you? But you're also not going to jump to 15-inch because, let's be honest, 15-inch isn't enough advantage over 14-inch. And if everyone else is building 14-inch, you're going to want to jump slightly ahead. So probably the Splendid Cats get 16. The Splendid Cats get 16s. I was asking. So, any spooky naval stories today? Ghosts roaring, roaming corridors of cruisers during Arctic convoys, while the crew lies half dead from cold exhaustion. No, but I would say there are some pretty interesting stories about people seeing dogs, etc., running around, which I've collected over the years. I might get into those after I've answered the other questions. Richard Order. You have to build the cheapest viable battleships. 3 total, 1 built as a flagship, with Depression-era funding and tech to take on Yamato Bismarck level threat. What guns and other things do you choose? Probably 16-inch. It's available. What guns and other things do I choose? I would probably take something of the... Honestly, if I'm building battleships, the only battleships that are built in that era, which are the newest battleships available, are Nelson and Rodney. So I would take Nelson and Rodney as my starting point. They're also more than capable in their own ways of taking on Yamato and Bismarck. In fact, arguably, considering their armour, they were some of the only battleships which the British had, which you really would want to be anywhere near a fight with Yamato. Yes, they're slow. That's the trouble, and that's what I'd fix. And really, if I'm going to fix them, I'm going to increase their boilers by about 4 boilers. Because if they get up to 12 boilers from, I think they had 8, and I think if they get to 12, That probably gives me enough horsepower to get it up to 28 knots, and that's more than enough for what I need them to do. And that's the thing, if I can get them up to 28 knots, then I'm fine. I'd also like to change around their guns. As you all know, I have a strong desire to reconfigure my the nail rods into into a B C super firing scenario. So B can fire over A, and you can therefore fire all 9 guns forward, because you just raise up the guns to fire over. Yes, it's going to change their trajectory, but that's actually not that difficult to do. Work it out. It's fun. Okay, what was the design logic for the Ghana Navy ship, the Black Prince, Type 41 and Type 61 hybrid frigate? Basically, they wanted a cool ship for their president, or whatever he was calling himself at the time, to sail around in as a yacht, and he was covering it by buying it as a warship. Shamak, are you playing favourites? No, I'm not playing favourites. Stafford has sent me a huge pile, and I know you sent me stuff as well, Sean, and I will get back to you on it. It's just that Stafford's one is, and I say this in the nicest way, Stafford's is about 90 messages long, and is huge documents. Yours is slightly shorter. Dev Squad, War of Choice Doctrine. Remind me again, how did that play out in 1982? Dev Squad, the War of Choice Doctrine has been, it's just pervasive. It is pervasive, and people love it. Various politicians love it, and it's anytime you see someone going, "We're buying 2 of something," because how do you know 2 is not the right number? Because ask them how many Trident submarines they're buying. When you're buying a ballistic missile submarine and you want to guarantee its availability and guarantee its patrol at sea, you buy 4. Okay? That's for your most critical thing. For any capability which you consider critical, but less critical than a deterrent, i.e. everything, foundational capabilities, it should be multiples of 3. So, if someone's building 8 frigates, okay, you can go, that's a multiple of 4. So they're guaranteeing the availability of 2. You should be getting 9. We're building 5. Why not 6? This is the point when you start going into these things. Look for multiples of 3. That's sensible. The moment it's a multiple of 2, well, if it's got 1 role, 1 mission, like the strategic deterrent, and it's 4, that's fine. That's guaranteeing its availability to sea. But if it's a multi-purpose, multi-use asset, i.e. it's a destroyer, a frigate, a main battle tank, a fighter, anything like that, should be multiples of 3. Night Heron Productions. Ooh. Hieroglyph. Democratic liberal trade peace theory does correlate to its predictions, but only imperfectly. Not really. Basically, if you take out a lot of the context, the nuance, and the actual history, you can then make the international relations theory work. Which is why IR people tend to not like historians going into their conferences, in my experience. We ask so many difficult questions. Like, did you miss out there was a whole change of government in the middle of that? No. Nighthawk Productions. But Beaufighters, Mosquito, and Carrier equivalent up against IJN carriers and rockets. of the IJN carriers and rockets. How much more or less effective is compared to torpedo and dive bombing attacks? If you're taking a navalized Beaufighter, which could carry torpedoes or rockets or bombs, and was quite heavily armed, from a carrier, i.e., you built the Admiral Class carriers. That's an interesting one. You're probably destroying those carriers. In the nicest way, that is what you're doing. You are destroying those carriers. There isn't much. The Japanese flight decks up until the Soryu, not the Soryu, the Taiho aren't armored. Remember, so yeah, those carriers are going to be mission killed if not killed. Basically, the whole point of democratic peace theory is that democracies don't go to war with each other. But the trouble is, democracies don't tend to end up going to war with each other because, honestly, dictatorships tend to get in there first. And there have been times at which it also overlooks the amount of times in history where the French have been a version of a democracy, and the British and them have ended up knocking 10 bells out of each other. But we'll leave that to one side. Hieroglyph. I thought Nelson and Rodney kind of sucked, and have read they tended to break anything breakable when firing a full salvo, notably toilets. Not really. Nelson and Rodney get a kind of bad rep because they're the only battleships built in their period. So they automatically get compared to the things which are built after them. And people go, oh, they're not as fast as the King George V's, and they're not as, or they're not this, or they're not that. And you go, no, they are perfectly viable ships. I don't happen to like their gun layout, but that's through preference. And I would like them to be a little bit longer and a little bit faster. I think that would have probably made them slightly better at dealing with the impact of their guns, but they are built to the treaty limits as best they can be. Frank Simon, Dr. C, do you have a copy of Fisher's Tactics that Good Enough likes so much? I do have a copy somewhere. I think, well, I found a copy in the archives and I took photographs of it. I have it on one of my portable hard drives. Descon, my point was the UK didn't choose to fight against Falklands War despite being vastly more powerful than Argentina. The war of choice doctrine is a falsehood. Yeah. It is. Sure, mate. Let's. Lee also probably would have looked into the fuse issue. I imagine with both him and Jellicoe banging on about the fuse issue, something would have happened rather than BT going, oh no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, we didn't get enough hits, that's it. And Jellicoe going, are you sure? Whereas with Jellicoe, with Lee going, it's the fuses, Jellicoe would have gone, it's the fuses, quite happily behind them, and it would have been probably sorted before Jutland. Oh no, Drac today is Naval History Overload. Have 3 hours left on Drac. World War II TV has double show Malta. Yeah, we are trying for the Naval History Overload. We are planning on taking over your life of naval history. Right, Dr. C, can you rank your top 10 EU, UK modern surface combatants? Ooh. I can, but it gets me into trouble. Let me put it this way. I keep promising to do a top 10 video, and I will do a top 10 video. How's that sound? But at the moment, I'm going to say what my favourite is. And I have to say, one of my favourite classes, in fact, probably my favourite class, make sure that's desktop, and look for them, the picture, there we go, is the Iver Huitfeldt class. They're just cute. I consider them very good ships. I have been lucky enough to spend a lot of time looking over one. I haven't actually been on one, but I've spent a lot of time looking over one. You can all figure out that one. And they are just good ships. They are capable, they are balanced, they are flexible. They are not the most powerful ships, and honestly, let's be honest, the Polish next generation Miko the Polish are getting is probably going to be one of the most powerful surface combatants to be seen in Europe in a long time. But between the Danish and the Italians, that basically picks up a lot of my top 10. And I have a specific in the Royal Navy, and that HMS Richmond tends to get quite high up there as well. Type 45s, after they have the new VLS system added in and gain the sea scepters, will probably go up as well into the top 10. At the moment, they're in about the top 15. Hagliff, in such condition, war, there is no place for industry, no culture of the earth, no navigation, no commodious building, no instruments of moving, no knowledge of the face of the earth by Hobbes. I have to say I'm never quite that fan on that Hobbes in quote, but there again, I'm not a big fan of Hobbes as a philosopher. Jonathan Burrow, I don't know much about Australia except for their lost war to the emus. You should learn your history of the war of the emus, because it looks like the kangaroos and emus are starting up again. There have been many sights and reports of kangaroos and emus descending on the centre of Australian towns recently, so we must all hold our Australian friends, our Australian brethren, our Australian fellow humanity in our hearts and our prayers, as it looks considerably like they will once again be fighting a war for their lives and their very civilization versus hordes of angry, foot-jumping marsupials. And whatever we classify the emus as, because whilst I know they are technically large flightless birds, frankly I would consider them a fast destroyer in many respects. Hello, Constrazes. Joachim, I hereby apologise for anything and everything I've said in your live stream that was wrong. You haven't. Live streams, people tend to be. People are good. I don't mind, and I don't mind questions when people. The thing is, when people ask questions in live streams, they are looking for an answer. When people ask questions on Twitter, they often presume they already have the answer. And in the case of the person who was deciding to tweet at me on tweet out on Submarines, who I was very polite to. Very, very polite. I always try and be polite in these scenarios because I don't see the point in being rude. I might be thinking, you idiot, excuse the French there, but I wouldn't ever actually say it. The point, because then you lose the argument by default at the moment you start to going to insults, in my opinion. But they don't listen. They have. Comes back to one of those points I make a lot. Warfare is not a zero-sum game. And I know I often make the joke that SSKs are the world's best mobile minefield. But that is what they are. There is nothing wrong with that. That is a capability. But when people turn around and go, oh no, their range is getting better, they're going to match in with nuclear submarines at some point. They're not. At no point is an SSK ever going to range-wise match in with a nuclear submarine. You know why? Because a nuclear submarine has 30 years of fuel. The thing that limits a nuclear submarine is the food for the crew carried on board it, not the fuel. An SSK needs to charge. An SSK is not going to be as fast as a nuclear submarine because a nuclear submarine doesn't have to worry about how efficient its fuel generation, its generation of energy is to the amount being used. It's got a nuclear reactor. It's got literally oodles and oodles of power. SSKs have to worry about efficiency. SSKs are also not as that quiet. How to put it? They are very quiet when slow. But the moment you start an SSK off and you're going fast, it isn't as quiet as people like to think at all. And the noise difference isn't as much as it used to be. Mainly because, and this is going to sound terrible, the people who are investing in SSNs are investing in trying to silence multi-billion pound fleet. So they kind of focus in on it. The people who are building SSKs tend to think of them as limited value assets. They have a value in a certain context, and therefore they treat an investment as such. Hello, Detlef Crons. I can ask the same, as since I'm looking at the map and I can only see where subs from Australia were deployed, so I'm confused. Yeah, the map I showed you, and if I I'll get it back and expand it. Basically, it's from somewhere which I often use for getting images for, because they actually produce fairly good quality pictures. Their articles tend to be absurdly bad, but their pictures tend to be quite good. So, here you go. Now, what it is the important thing is the days on station, it says, because, as you can see, an SSK deploying to the Sea of Japan from Australia can have 0 days on station. It would have to return home before it could even get there. Whereas an SSN can spend 73 days on station. In the South China Sea, an SSK can manage 11 days on station, an SSN 77 days. In the Straits of, well, basically not too far from the Dodecanese, and the Straits of, not the Dodecanese, they're in Mediterranean. This is the trouble of doing videos on Mediterranean and Indian Ocean the same week. I started to get my islands confused. Basically, not too far from the Straits of Singapore, or Straits of Malacca and Singapore. They can do 78 days versus an SSK's 14 days. At various points in the Java Passage, etc., they can do 83 days versus the SSK's 28 days. And then as you get closer, it's 84 days to 31 days of the SSK, and 81 days to the 23 days of the SSK. And pretty much SSKs usually have a 50-day endurance and a 6.5 knot speed of advance. It's quite normal for most SSKs. And the 90-day endurance and a 20 knot speed of advance for the SSNs. So that's quite some point. And this is the point. If you're dealing with modern missile systems, i.e. hypersonics, etc., that can be launched from a lot further away, you need to push out your defense perimeter. And this is why Australia is going for SSNs versus SSKs. They're pushing out their defense perimeter. Ideally, they'd want a mixed fleet of both, so they could have the SSKs doing manning the closer passages probably, and the defences, the closer areas around Australia, and be those portable minefields, that inner line of defence, and have the SSNs outside. But they can't afford to run both, is what they've decided. I would disagree. I think they could financially afford it, but it would be expensive. Strangler, serious, Dr. Clarke has lost weight. Good. Thank you. Hello, Rovlensky's binocular supplier. Purposing onto biplane flying boats. What is a Melbourne? Pete Dawson. I think that was all. I think there was also a flying boat which was called Melbourne, but I don't think it was. I think it was only one of it produced. Does good. You have to let the air out as well as the water in. That does help, but air tends to compact down a lot quicker than water. Okay. A question on Drax 5 going thing. If Cunningham had the scrap iron floater, if Cunningham had the scrap iron floater and Japanese cruisers as well as Warspite at Calabria, what would have changed? Well, he did have the scrap iron floater, I think. But if he had Japanese cruisers as well as Warspite, in the nicest way, if Cunningham has Japanese cruisers as well as British ones to fight in the Mediterranean, he probably also has more British cruisers. Think about it. If you don't have the British cruisers and British forces having to be deployed to the Indian Ocean and the Pacific to deter the Japanese, because the Japanese are sending forces out your way, you probably end up with the C's and the D's keeping the British flag up in the Far East. Because they're not much use for much else, let's be honest. And the Japanese cruisers coming to the Mediterranean, and in which case the Italians have to fight Warspite and Japanese cruisers. That's not nice. The Japanese cruisers are not exactly the most heavily armoured things, but they have a lot of 8-inch guns and they're going to move fast. And they have long lance torpedoes. So let's be honest, let's put it this way. And what happens to the Italian fleet if the Japanese get their, not just swordfish doing torpedo attacks, if some of their Japanese cruisers get in torpedo range during Matapan of that fleet, which British cruisers almost got in range, and they swat them when they go past them. If you had some Japanese cruisers there, they might have actually said, well, we'll send something off to investigate. In which case, there could have been a long-range Japanese-style torpedo attack on the Italian fleet at Matapan. And anyone want to guess how many Italian ships would be sunk then? Come on, guys. British 35k battleships are without water-based armor. Oh, that's not with the water-based armor not being counted. Remember, it's 35,000 standard tons, the same as the battle cruisers will be 25,000 ton standard tons. Tristan, I like your plan for battle cruisers, but I could see them having 2 treble turrets forward instead of 3 twins to save weight. Potentially. They could have 2 trebles forward to save weight. Vision, sound is still very low for me. I don't know why. According to mine, it keeps going into the yellow. But you know, have you checked? It sounds terrible, but have you checked your sound? Let's see if that's better. Rosansky binoculars. Is there anything that could have been done to get Japan to bind a second London treaty, or would they have just done with playing along with the treaties? Nothing. Japan wanted out of the treaties. Honestly, unless you'd given Japan equality to Britain and America, they were going out of the treaties. And honestly, that would have been quite funny to give them equality to Britain and America, because that would have caused British and American politicians to have a panic attack. Now, Cayman, my old submarine has 2 ghosts. One of the mechanics claims to have counted the one in the engine room. The other one was your first officer, who basically looked like one. Okay, let's start off with A. I'm going hunting for a picture of Rodney. I'm sure I have one somewhere. If I don't have one of Rodney, I'll use that one. Of HMS Illustrious from 1954. And B. So this is where I'm going to probably pick up a lot of people who hate me, but I don't mind that one. Rick Vasala, what is with the cult of Bismarck? I was watching a big production US documentary saying it was the biggest and most powerful battleship when launched. Why would anyone say that? It had 8 15-inch guns, while Rodney had 9 16-inch for starters. Why did they make stuff up? Because it sounds cool. There are seriously a large number of people who, I'm going to use a word which I probably shouldn't on YouTube, for all intents and purposes, fetishize German equipment from World War II. The Bismarck was not the most powerful, biggest or most powerful battleship when launched. For starters, Rodney, as you pointed out, and Nelson existed in the world. So did Yamato and Musashi. The Iowas were there. There was the King George V. There were a whole lot of battleships which I would rank a long way above Bismarck in terms of firepower. And before anyone starts critiquing that too much, let's all ultimately remember that Bismarck was sunk. And while she was fighting the battleships in question, she had, of course, managed to knock out Hood. Yes. If you go with the extremely lucky shot, which she got, as Drac has done studies on Hood and has gone for all that, that is one option. That is certainly the option I tend to lean to on how she managed to sink Hood, but she had sunk Hood. That's good. But Hood was, for all her intents and purposes, a battle cruiser. And the fact she was there is more relation to the fact that some bright spark, when they became Prime Minister at the beginning of World War II, decided to pause production on aircraft carriers and on capital ships and aircraft carriers. Now, the thing is, if Britain had had more aircraft carriers in service, the odds are Bismarck would have actually been engaged by aircraft from an aircraft carrier as well before the Battle of Denmark Strait, because the odds are the hunting groups would have been as a la Force H, which was a carrier battleship paired, or a carrier, a couple of battleships and a couple of heavy cruisers paired. That's what the British had intended for its hunting groups, and that would have given you a very different scenario for engaging Bismarck. Or they might have even had some more battleships ready, in which case she could have been Prince of Wales might have been completed a lot earlier and might have been able to actually use her guns properly. Either way, ultimately, what happens to Bismarck is she bumps into Rodney and King George V after a night being terrorised by tribal class destroyers, after days of being closely followed by town class cruisers, and then is, after being attacked by aircraft from Ark Royal, with far more British capital ships in the waiting, 2 of the British ones engage, and she gets sunk. And the thing is, she doesn't do that much damage in return. For a ship, if she really does deserve the moniker of being the biggest and the best, most powerful and best battleship in the world when launched, you would expect her to have inflicted significant damage in her death throes. But she doesn't. Adm King, speaking of battlecruisers, repulsed by Force Z, let's see. Would she have been given a renowned star rebuild, or would she have merely have seen out the rest of the war with merely an upgraded secondary armament, an AA? I think she might have ended up getting sent to America for a renowned style rebuild, especially given the need of ships in the Far East. Because, let's be honest, Renown ends up out there, Warspite ends up out there. You want big, you want fast, you want them in the Far East. That's where they're going. Knight 6831. How plausible is it that Argentina's air carrier could have been sunk by Royal Navy's Blackburn Buccaneers and Sea Eagle missiles if a fleet carrier was present? It's plausible. Honestly, that's what they would try. They would have done the attack, and if they managed to get enough hits, they win. But the odds are, if she's hanging around long enough for that, if she's damaged, she gets put down by a submarine, which almost happens anyway. Okay, so 3 7As mean 1 active. Pretty much. That'll mean 1 in the air. If you want to have enough air defence for the UK, you probably would be looking at a minimum 4, because then you could have guaranteed 1 in the air and 1 on alert. And you probably want 8. Because then you'd have 2 in the air, 2 on the alert, and 2 in various stages of maintenance, because for all the hours an aircraft will spend airborne, it will need to spend hours being maintained, and the bigger, more complicated the aircraft, the more hours it will need to maintain. It's the way life goes. P. Dawson. It was launched in, I think, 1959. 51,000 tons was large in HMS Hood, but small in Yamato and USI, which were launched later. A game of leapfrogging. It's not really. Again, honestly, it puts on a lot of weight. If you're going when launched, well, what condition is it launched in? It's launched as a hull. It's not at full weight by any stretch of the imagination. When it's commissioned, it's definitely, by the time it's commissioned, it's definitely not. So no. Cody 85. What would you think of using small fast carriers as commerce raiders? Very sensible. It's definitely a viable system to do. Ba-da-ba. And that's going to be 23. And that's going to be part 7, 8, 9, 10, part 11. I will do some books at some point, but I keep spotting questions coming and going, I'll answer that. As said, I do feel in a questiony mood because of the last couple of days. I enjoy the questions. Didn't the Beaufighter carry an equivalent of a cruiser's worth of firepower and rockets? No. A cruiser has a lot of firepower. It carries a lot of rockets, though, but it's not a cruiser's worth of firepower. Unless you find a very small, very lightly armed. Maybe a C-class, which hasn't been upgraded, worth of firepower. Maybe. A single salvo from all their guns, equivalently. Senator, what would the reaction of Aegis sail fleet be if a modern frigate just sailed by them at 20-something knots against the wind? Not attacking them, just flexing them with the speed. They would probably claim they'd seen aliens. Can always go back to a semantic argument. What is democracy? Oh, yes, you can. That is a great thing. But the trouble is, once you start getting into that and start getting the theoretical status of democracies, you then start dividing countries as countries which are republics versus democracies. Because, you know, what are they and what is a true democracy? And, oh, it gets so fun so quickly. Bud Guy hits me in. How well do you think that Admiral Lee with TG 38.3 would have done against a Japanese battleship force that was covering the retreat of the Japanese in the Battle of the Philippine Sea? Let me just check the exact members of 58.3. Well, let's see. Battle of the Philippines Sea. Task Force 58.3. And I've gone to angelfire.com. Tends to be quite a good one to go to. 58.3. He has... I think you mean 58.7, because that actually is underway and is the battleships. And that's Washington, North Carolina, Iowa, New Jersey, South Dakota, Alabama, and Indiana. Which is a fairly decent hitting force. 58.3 is the carrier one based on Enterprise, which has Enterprise, Lexington, Princetown, and San Jacinto. It also has the heavy cruiser Indianapolis, the light cruisers Montpelier, Cleveland, and Birmingham, and a whole load of destroyers. 13 destroyers, in fact. Clarence, K. Bronson, Cotton, Dortch, Gatling, Healy, Cape Town, Cogswell, Ingersoll, Knapp, Antwerp, Anthony, Wandsworth, Terry, and Brain. That's a fairly cool force, TGH 58.3, but I think if he'd engaged, he'd have probably won something, but he might well have lost something as well. That's the thing. He'd have lost stuff he didn't need to lose to win something he didn't need to win. He'd already won. It's the thing which you get in... which is... if you ever watched... You've probably most of you watched Jingles and his videos about World of Warships and Players Online. People like to win harder than they need to. And engaging in the Battle of Philippine Sea with TG 58.7 would have been winning more than he needed to. winning harder than he needed to, because he'd have lost ships, and that would have been more problematic than just letting them go. Bishop, will you review your friend's Star Wars book? Yes, when it comes out, I will review it. Cody, 85. The Nelrods have a better rep than the Standards, for most part, for the naval normies. The Nelrods are a league in front of the Standards. The Nelrods are very good. The Nelrods are better than the R's, and I would honestly take the R's over some of the Standards. Carl Gasberg, that once you get into the Hellenic states and calling them democracies and those sort of things, it causes a lot of people to get upset. But again, the War of 1812. They tend to, whenever I bring that one up, they tend to get around by pointing out America is a republic, not a democracy, and you go, that's great. Okay, have you done some back-of-the-napkin simulations for how a Nelson with super and mega firing main guns would handle how much heavier it would be? Yes, I have. In fact, I've got... let's put it this way. I have, although I'm not going to show it here because I'm working on it, I have what my version of a G3 built on my 1928 battleship would have been if I'd been able to get my way. And, well, let's put it this way. The stats are, it's a lot bigger than Nelson and Rodney, I have to admit. But that's because I wanted it to do 28 knots. And, well, yeah, it's a fairly hefty looking ship. It's a lovely looking ship, but it's a fairly hefty looking ship. Sorry, getting distracted by my own drawing now. One of the things I did do to keep the weight down is I went for only 3 turrets, but they're quadruple 16-inch turrets. And I don't like quadruple turrets, but I was trying to keep the weight down to keep it very much in the spirit. There are countries that occasionally have elections, or had them until some strongman got in office, but are at the heart authoritarian. China is arming the kangaroos. I don't doubt it. Alaski. Mika A300 is not a done deal for the Polish Navy. There are 2 other competitors, and from what I read, Babcock was the one favoured. That wouldn't surprise me, but the Mika A300 does look rather cool. I now have visions of a World War II era IJN SSN where to maintain themselves on patrol, the crew resorted to eating each other. They wouldn't do that. They resort to fishing. Quite simple. Far easier to fish from a submarine than you'd think it would be. Too much drones to resupply subs to dock and restock the food and AIP fuel. I'd love to see that actually work. I heard Babcock is pitching the A140 to frigate for Type 32. Babcock will probably win again. It will look. Here is my prediction. So, if things continue much as they are, the build goes the same, and we get 8 Type 26s, we get 5 Type 31s, and then Type 32s are based on the Type 31 hull. If things really start to look bad with China, you'll know because they'll add in a 9th Type 26 when they make the order for the second batch. It'll go from 5 to 6 hulls. And because they can do that quite easily. And you'll probably find a 6th Type 31 gets added on, and the Type 32s will get accelerated and definitely will be based on Type 31s. Because that's the easiest way to start upgrading British security and to announce we're upgrading British security without increasing the cost dramatically. Schumack, I wonder whether return to Pacifica's focus if we'll see a subtender come back as an idea. Potentially, but I think they're mostly going to rely on Australia being our pal. The problem with AOP versus SSN is that you can do whatever you want to do, want to prove range, drone supply, toy, whatever. An SSN can cruise for 90 days at 25 knots, and AMP for 90 days at 5 knots. I don't think an AOP can actually do 90 days. They can do 50 days, is the usual thing is. And one of the things I have to come up with is the people and people going, but you know, the Germans can go from here, have gone from here to here underwater, and you go, yes, that's a great range. But that's less than half the distance between the two. That's about half the distance between, well, just under half the distance between the two main Australian naval bases. The Andaman Island change? I think you're right. Yep. Talking about re-SSN versus SSK and SSN. Re-SSN versus SSK and SSN can maintain 20-ish knots as long as the food holds out for the crew. Below a thermal layer or two. SSKs? Well, yeah. It's not going to be that long range. For the US espionage case of the Virginia-class sub-info being stolen, almost sold to a foreign nation by that nuclear engineer and his wife. Any guess which country that was? Possibly not the one you think it was. It could have been China, but my bet is Iran. Because they could have then used that information to make a lot of money selling to China and Russia, but also trying to build their own submarines, which Iran would love to have a nuclear submarine. That's the one problem with actually selling this to Australia. It does set a precedent, and Iran might try and buy them from someone or build their own. Coming up with IJN also had very effective night fighting tactics, like catapult flying boats dropping flares above enemy ships. Yep. They did do that. The Royal Navy had plans for that as well. They could do it, but they didn't tend to do it that much. It's actually used during the Taranto attack. They're actually swordfish dropping flares to light up Taranto Harbour, and to make it more difficult for the people to see the planes coming in, because if you create a huge light source up here and the rest is dark outside, it actually blinds the gunners. So they've got bright light on them, and the swordfish are coming out dark. It's one of the reasons why the swordfish do so well in the Battle of Taranto. Jonathan Burrow, would an Aegis sail cruiser, i.e. frigate, be capable of using any battleship guns, especially larger ones? No. Malta Dove bill is tomorrow. That's good, Anouk. 96 Illustrious would make a good name for a British Nuclear Supercarrier. Yes, it would. Bam, ba, bam. Oh, good lord, I'm getting through the word count quickly on this one. In that one, hello. This could end up being interesting. Yes, Dr. Clarke, do you think flying boats and float planes will become possibly viable due to the effect of hypersonic weapons and their ability to strike bases like Guam and such? I'd say that's why the Americans are starting to invest in them. Rapid Rose, did you start late? No. The UK clocks are moved forward. Well, no, let's put it this way. Clocks jumped back. So my 6 o'clock this evening was yesterday 7 o'clock. So it's now everything's moved now. I couldn't find the Rodney picture, so I went with the Illustrious from 1954. I think that's 1954, yeah. That's interesting. I don't think the DPRK has an embassy in DC. Sean, do CVNs have a point defense ASW capability akin to a point defense? I know they have a task group around them with ASW capability, but it seems a significant vulnerability. They tend to have their own helicopters, but no, they don't tend to have... Well, some of them are fitted with anti-torpedo systems. And various systems like Prairie Maker, etc. Which are designed to try and confuse torpedoes. But... Prairie Masker, I'm sorry. But... Really, your best defense against torpedoes for a carrier is keeping them keeping those submarines well out of torpedo range. Well, the Littorios were better than Bismarck. Yes, they were. Danroon, read Bismarck and how effective was Bismarck on mission commerce rating? Any merchant ships sunk? Any? None, I got from memory. Marcus Osmountain. To be fair, in May 1941, Yamato is in commission. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't rate the Bismarck at all. I consider it one of the worst designs, and it didn't have a World War I armor scheme. That's slightly wrong. It has a variation on an armor scheme which isn't that common by the time you get to World War II, but it isn't uncommon. It's still a good armor system. But it's... How do I put this? It's not strong enough where it needs to be strong. It's too strong where it can afford to be weaker. Bittersweet. Part of the overestimating Bismarck is the UK war propaganda. Part of the overestimating of Bismarck is the UK being so upset at losing Hood. Because Hood, the battlecruiser, had been turned into this fabled ship by various media, including good old Admiral Beatty, who had of course been First Sea Lord after World War II, and was the one who made the decision to use the Courageous class rather than the Admirals as the basis for the British carriers. .85, so even with all her problems, Prince of Wales still worked over Bismarck fairly well. Yeah. Ken Rain, an SSN SZK XL UUV mix for Australia and the UK for that matter might make a good topic for the bilge pumps, I suppose so. It might well do. I think for the British and Australians, once you get the XL UUVs in service, that makes the justification for the SSKs slightly more difficult. Because honestly, what is an XL UUV? That's an extra large uncrewed undersea vehicle, but an SSK that's uncrewed. And pretty much once you start looking at the size of them, you are talking about the size of a small SSK. It's just, yeah. And it broke its own radar if it fired as main guns. It was hyped for British ground value, and the propaganda worked too well on the Bismarck. Yeah, but also, don't take it the wrong way. There were people after World War II who were incredibly disappointed that Nazi Germany had lost. And whilst I know the media has a reputation for being left-wing biased, there is also often a strong strain in the media which is right-wing biased. In fact, honestly, let's just say this. there is some very good media which sits in the middle, and often the very best of the media, in terms of journalists and these sort of things, can sit in the middle and can bash both sides. It doesn't matter about their personal views. They can examine and exasperate and actually get to the bottom and question both sides. But there is always media on the extremes. And what you see less common these days is the right wing media. There are some high profile examples, but they are far rarer than the left wing media. And the trouble is, this means that the centre media tend to get stained with the brush of being either other side when they're not. They're just trying to do their job. And the job of the Fifth Estate, i.e. the media, is to hold politicians to account for us. It's to ask them the questions that we can't ask them. Because we don't have the time, and we have busy lives. And that's the real role of the media. That's the higher calling of them. It's like a historian's role is to tell the stories of history. It's to tell people stories so they're not forgotten. To pass on the lessons so it's not forgotten. So people don't need to bleed again for the same lessons. A journalist's role is to ask the questions so that they can keep a democracy functioning. And you get into trouble when they stop asking questions. And they should always ask questions, but they also it's going to sound strange. When you start asking a question in a way which is insulting the person you're asking it, don't expect an answer. And that's one of my troubles with some of the modern media. And that some modern media is all about the gotcha moment. When actually, if you look at it, the greatest gotchas in history, the greatest gotchas the media have not been gotchas. They have been you're building up asking questions, and they're all polite, they're polite, and basically you start them in down the discussion, and then eventually you ask the question, and it's not a gotcha question, but the answer makes it a gotcha question, and that's the gotcha moment, rather than setting them up by giving them a huge leading question and going da 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 and framing it so they automatically look bad from the beginning no matter what they say. That's not really journalism. That's becoming another form of politician. Nine 683 1. That's basically you're asking me, would it be a nightmare for Argentina if the UK had managed to somehow have a Nimitz class vessel, which you're calling King George VI class, and a pair of Enterprise class vessels? Yes, it would have been, but under those circumstances, I honestly don't think Argentina would have actually invaded the Falklands. I was going to say, yes, we want. Whenever it says Blackburn aircraft, Blackburn Buccaneer, he defaults to Black Mountain. No, you don't. MZE. Hello, MZE. Did Columbus travel on a military ship in his time? Voyages of Columbus. It's one of those interesting times. Let's see. No, he tends to use, well, especially in the first voyage, he uses a privately owned ship owned by Juan de Cosa. Let's see, second voyage. Third voyage. it's not really warships, but you have to remember they are large ships, so they might well have been commissioned for war at a time. That's one of the realities you have to deal with when you're talking about the 1500s and the late 1400s and the 1500s, the navies. A lot of the larger merchant ships would end up being commissioned as warships in wartime. They'd be taken and basically have troops loaded on them, maybe guns if they didn't already have enough guns on them, and be commissioned as warships. There wasn't really the dividing line, as we would call it these days, of warships versus sailing ships versus merchant ships. Anuk, US Air Force used to maintain 24/7 airborne command posts, Looking Glass, with an 11 aircraft fleet. Wing had to have 3 aircraft launches and a ready spare every day. Yeah. Dan Ray Brother, it wouldn't do much for morale, but if I packed a modern destroyer full of freeze-dried MREs like they packed World War II submarines, how long could I stay at sea before the power plant rolled over and died? Well, honestly, if you've got... You don't need to do that, but if you've got a RAS force, you can probably stay at sea pretty much indefinitely. You could definitely be talking about months. As long as it's not a particular member of the Daring class current destroyers the Royal Navy has. That's more problematic. There is one particular member of that class who just likes going wrong, I swear. China should invest in hospital ships, but will not. China has hospital ships. Alright, they're doing and sending those things to Africa. I think they've got, well, machine ones turned around Africa. I think one visited South America as well, which really wound up the Americans. Agreed. Tian Wong is behaving himself remarkably well. He's in a high quality mode. Tian Wong is today. Let's see. I think the 1970s, 1980s Colombo's era had a quite. Yeah. Okay. Yes, that's funny. Nitro I asked this to Drac, but I'll ask you as well. Do you find the illegal metal scavenging of Prince of Wales Repulse, Electra, and Encounter and Exeter as disgusting and absolute disgrace as I do? Yes. In fact, I really, really am annoyed. But there again, it's one of those things. What can you do to stop it? And the trouble is, it's done because people want pre-1945 metal. And the reason they want that pre-1945 metal is because it won't have the background radiation from all nuclear bombs which have gone off since then in it. And that metal is therefore incredibly precious. Because if you want to make a Geiger counter or all sorts of medical instruments, you want the metal to be as without those properties as possible. And this is what happens. Humanity is humanity. Hello. There's something on my screen. Budgate 9. Could you say the same thing about winning harder than needed to when the US was going to send old battleships after Yamato instead of the aircraft which were already launched before the US battleships could get there? Yep. Night Heron Productions. In a previous stream, you mentioned the possibility of India getting some warships along with new independence in 47. You said that if they'd been given a capital ship, it would likely still exist. Question is, what capital ship do you see the Royal Navy selling, giving to New Indian renown, Rodney? I don't remember saying this, but if I had been saying it, I think they probably would have got, of anything, they would probably give them a KGV. Or, yeah, probably a KGV. Maybe HMS Malaya, but probably a KGV. And not be King George V. It won't be Duke of York. I think they would have probably been given Anson. Would be my guess. They would have been given Anson. Because the Royal Navy is not going to give away Duke of York. They're not going to give, because of the Battle of North Cape. They're not going to give away King George V because it's named for a king. They're not going to give away Howe because that's the newest of the King George V's. And so I'm reckoning Anson. If they do, it would be Anson. Let's see. Now we've got a whole democracy versus communism and socialism going on here. Hello, yes. I'm not getting involved in that one. I'm avoiding that. Hello, right. Let's skip those politics ones. If I miss anything there, please apologise. Right then. Someone, quite possibly Dr. Clarke, recently pointed out that Singapore to Japan is the same as Portsmouth to New York. I think that might have been Drac, but yes, I think I've also said something similar to that. It is a long, long way. That is why I keep going on about Singapore being the theatre hub, not where the fleet was supposed to be operating from and fighting the war. It's the theatre hub where you bring all the logistics together from all the empire and go, yes, we can now fight this. You know, it's what's misunderstood about World War II and about the Royal Navy Singapore strategy is the idea that it's all that Singapore is going to be this fleet base, that the fleet is all going to be operating from there and reaching out to Japan from there. Why? The British would look at you as if you're insane. No need to do that. The planning was to go up, probably recapture Hong Kong, definitely recapture Weihai Wei, probably put Tsingtao out of action, and then from there operate off the coast of Japan using the fast fleet oilers to keep the fleet going. Street Racer, salvaging wrecks should always be allowed unless it's something like Arizona that has a memorial, special circumstances like if it's a salvaging would block a channel. Actually, no. Salvage wrecks which are war graves are kind of not something you should be salvaging. It was probably France they were sending to, but I think they were probably aiming for somewhere else in terms of that engineer. Although why they thought sending to France was a good idea, I don't know. Conor Cameron, having just reread Goodbye California, and knowing they're underwater nuclear tests, were any tidal wave weapons designed during the Cold War? Yep. There was a lot of ideas put forward into where you could use and how you could use nuclear bombs. Tinong, what would you do with courageous hulls if you got the hoods? Scrap them. I don't know, maybe convert them as well. If you, let's put it this way, if you can get the conversions done before the treaty comes into effect, then the Royal Navy could push for an increased tonnage of aircraft carriers, which they would actually quite a lot of naval officers would have liked. But BT said they could only go with what they already had under construction. Street Racer, people like to say Bismarck was just an upgraded Bayern, as if that's a bad thing, but actually the Bayerns were massively beastly. Who wouldn't want to be like them? Anything which has been built more recently and was actually better. Honestly, the Bayerns weren't that great. They look great on paper, but there's a reason why when the Royal Navy post-war does post-World War does a huge comparison with between the Bayerners and the Queen Elizabeth, and is constantly going, we thought they were better than this. We really did. How does a deep stalling trident break up and explode on impact? Make the roof to fly up in the air before... I have no idea what you're talking about, Knight 6831. That's just words. Paul Johnson, did you see the Channel 4 program 24 Hours to Doom on Bismarck last night? Too much info missing, and I was surprised Dr. Valentine put his name to it. Okay, now I have to say something which is going to sound terrible, but it isn't. And the reason is because I want to draw a distinction. Ian Ballantyne is one of the best historians I know. He's editor of Warships International Fleet Review. He's done all sorts of things, and I've worked with him many times. He's been the commissioning editor who has worked with me on when I've written articles for WIFA several times. He's lovely. He is not, to my knowledge, has he ever got a PhD. He is a journalist, and he's a self-taught historian. That is excellent. And I'm very glad he was on that program, because I think he was, in my opinion, he was the best part of that program. But the reason I'm mentioning he's not a doctor is because I get very upset the amount of time some of my academic colleagues either presume when they see a good historian that they must be a doctor, or presume anyone who hasn't got a PhD isn't a good historian. So that's why I'm mentioning that. Okay? But he's very good. Seawish, the most influential publisher in the 1930s in the US was Henry Luca, whose magazine Time named Hitler Man of the Year in 1938 after much evidence of crimes against humanity. Yeah, we won't start on Time. Pigeon, there's a Pearl Harbor magazine in the stores with the cover of a Zero bombing some Spruance-class destroyers. I'm reserving the right not to comment. I'm presuming artistic choice. A nice ignorant. Is it a surprise that frame carriers, battlecruisers and battleships like Fuso Mutsuakagi, Amagi, Shinano, Tosahiro, and Kille have gone onto Japanese Coast Guard ships? Not really. But they'll probably be getting, because they're named for major provinces and things in Japan. But some of them do seem to be heading back to various, how to put it, aircraft of related ships. Graham Hanlon, have you ever thought of doing a vid or a series about the RN naval activities during the 1688 to 1746 period? Yes. There are several series I'm looking at doing. Honestly, half the time you've seen the series you have seen doing is because I've been limited by what images I can get from the internet and what I can store with the books I have. Now things are starting to open up and I can start doing more travelling and I'm earning more because I'm doing more teaching and I've got the money from Patreon and very kindly from all of you. I'm planning a trip to Portsmouth. I'm planning trips to various places to do that research, and then I will bring back and I'll be able to get in more to these places. Because if I'm going to do 1688 to 1746, I'm probably going to wander in into a few other things as well. Phil Williams, I did several more on the reunion dinners on HMS Drake. I had 2 models, one of Rodney and one of a G3. Big difference. There was a big difference. Let's be honest though, the G3s have the most stupid turret known to mankind. My modified G3 may or may not have a better turret position. Jonathan Barrow, Dr. Clarke, do you have a favourite World War II carrier? If so, which one? I don't have a favourite one carrier, but I do have a top 3. And depending on my mood, it depends which one is which. Well, this is one of those interesting things. If in terms of favourite carrier, my top 3. Top 3, sort of top 4. Okay, I'm going to say this now. There's no Japanese carriers in my top tier, but they're right on the tier below, because if you'd ask me second favourite, that's about a dozen carriers. But the top 3, 4 includes USS Enterprise, HMS Ark Royal, HMS Illustrious, which is why she's pictured here, and HMS Indefatigable. But Unicorn also gets an honorary mention, although of course she's a forward aviation sport ship, not an aircraft carrier. But she tends to be lumped in with them. And there's some escort carriers, which are mostly... Let's put it this way. If I'm talking about favourite ships, it's the ships I like the story and history of most. And I consider their story... I consider what they get up to most interesting. When I'm talking about the best classes on rating, that sort of thing, then I get slightly more technical. But most of these, it's their... it's the ships. It's their stories. And, you know... These are just good ships. She's a good ship. Marcus Osman, global demand for pre-background steel is pretty small. A lot is just scrap worth money, and even scrapping the steel is worth it. Marcus Osman, yes, but honestly, the premium they get for pre-background steel, the market is small, but the value for it is astronomical. Seneca, yes, there is a new steel making technique that does it, but it hasn't been yet produced enough, and it's more expensive than actually. Let's put it this way: the cost of producing new one versus the cost of salvaging the old one. John South. Hospital ships are arguably the ultimate soft power naval ship. They are large, they share technology capability, and they're great for PR if a hospital ship shows up like treats those civilians. Yes, it is. That's good. I thought low radiation steel could be made fairly cheaply now. Repulse and Prince of Wales had their propellers taken because the type of brass is valuable, but the steel is still there. They had a lot more than the brass taken, than the propellers taken. They've lost a lot more. And currently, if anyone wants to know, I am at 8:13 p.m, so I am running 14 minutes behind you all. I'd ask how the Iron would give away a battleship, but that might be a mistake for Hal. They wouldn't have given a renown away to India. It was too old by that point, and it had been too run down by World War II. There would have been no value in giving it to India. Bud Guy, do you think the Royal Navy will ever have nuclear-powered surface ships? It's a question which comes up quite regularly. The answer at the moment is no, but there's an interesting debate going on vis-a-vis the Type 83s, because the government really wants to meet certain standards of environmental friendliness. And if you're looking at ship propulsion, I know there's all sorts of ideas and theories and joys about, various options you can do it. But if you're building something the size of Type 83 and you want to make it environmentally friendly, then nuclear power would suggest to be the only way to get the speed and the power and the size you need. It's either going to be nuclear or gas, and it's probably going to end up gas because they probably will balk at the cost, but... thinks of how much better if the T-class submarines had been preserved from the Med and used in the war against Japan. That would have been possible if enough S and U class vessels had been available. But that's the trouble. The British were trying to build submarines at a rate based on a war in 1942. So lots of submarines which were being built weren't available. So they're then used between 1939, and there's a crash build program going on. But, that means that Britain doesn't have the submarines it really needs in 1941-42 to go out to the Far East. They do start to turn up there by 1942-43 and do have their impact, but, it's fun. Seriously, any protection for war wreck should at least end once all living relatives of crew have passed on. Why? Do you stop caring about your war dead? If you consider that if you apply that, then perhaps we should start papering over the graves, which are the war graves which have been erected in Europe, etc., for the battlefields of World War One. We wouldn't do that. They're a war grave. You either treat the cemeteries on land the same as you do the ships at sea, or you treat the ships at sea the same as you do the cemeteries on land. Because otherwise... And you're saying once all the living relatives are dead, well, what do you mean? Their grandchildren? Their great-grandchildren? I don't think we're at that point yet. We're talking 80 years ago. There's probably still grandchildren alive. There's probably still possibly still children alive. Mm. Joe, the Fisher follows hulls as pre-Unicorn light maintenance transport carrier prototypes? Potentially. But potentially, think about that. Think about the Royal Navy with 3 Admiral class carriers, Courageous, Glorious and Furious, plus Hermes, Eagle and Argus in service in the late 1920s, early 1930s. You A, have a rear admiral aircraft carriers made almost immediately, possibly a vice admiral aircraft carriers. B, you have, and I think this is one of the reasons why he made the decision he did, BT would be forced to campaign to politicians and go, right then, we'll hand over all the land-based aircraft, but all aircraft to operate from the carriers, they're going to be Fleet Air Arm and they're going to be part of the Navy, or Royal Naval Air Service and part of the Navy. Would probably have had to fight and keep that against the creation of the Royal Air Force. And he probably could have won that one. It would have been a tough fight, but I think he'd have won it. And then you end up with a Royal Navy Fleet Air Arm the whole way through the interwar period. You end up with an Admiral for aircraft carriers the whole way through the interwar period. The Royal Navy that goes into World War II could be quite different, especially compared to the carriers that might have been built. You probably would have seen about 3 of the Ark Royal class built. I didn't know the IJN fought so lowly of the bands. I was under the impression the IJN thought they were more capable than any British vessel at the time. No, not when they evaluated them. They were honestly... It's going to sound strange. There are intelligence estimates, which are when they are just looking at them from a distance, and they are assuming... basically, the intelligence estimates always assume that the things you see which you think the enemy's got right are slightly better than you, and that anything you can't see must be built on a par view, so they think the Bayerns are better than them. When they actually get to them and start testing and examining the Bayern, they are less impressed with it. It's like a lot of German designs. It looks great on paper. And probably great in World of Warships on its stats, but not so great when you actually try and use the thing. One issue is war graves is that they are generally considered to belong to the nation of fallen and interred there. Thus, it's not for someone else to disturb them without appropriate ceremony or the permission of that nation. Can you put long patrols on us in a series with more than one part in their own playlists? There is a whole long patrol series and playlist which should be out there, which has all of them in there. It's Streetcar Racer. It's not dumb. It's that's the thing. They are owned by nation states. They're also, the other reason you're not supposed to do it is because they tend to have explosives on them. And you tend to not want people salvaging and disturbing weapons. I was talking about BA Flight 548 when she crashed. The Hawker Siddeley trying to through cabin. Roof landing upright, cockpit roof flipping over. Well, whilst I love your faith in me, being a doctor of being someone who's done a doctor in history, naval history, and in terms of naval aviation history, I am fairly strong. But just bringing up a random aircraft crash and going, "What do you know about it?" is beyond my knowledge unless I go and look it up. I admit this. There are many things on this earth I have studied in depth and can talk about and will quite happily talk about. But there are things which are beyond my ken. For the time being. Who knows, I might get an urge to go and study them. Graham Hammer, Dr. Clarke, I was only asking as it's something overlooked and it did play a major part and would set MREs to rest. It could be interesting. I tried sending the Dreadnoughts from Around the World series to someone, but there was no playlist. There is a playlist for Dreadnoughts Around the World. Dreadnoughts from Around the World. Let's see. If I go to the YouTube, to my YouTube channel, there is a playlists. Right, I'm just getting the playlist up, and I will send you a link to it. Dreadnoughts from around the world. Yep. There will now be down below, there will be a link to Dreadnoughts from Around the World series. Also, I would point out that below each one is a full complete list of all the others. Or at least there should be if I've edited it correctly. Nice, I'm asking the wrong person, aren't I? Yeah, you are with crashing aircraft. Thank you, Isaac. Yeah, Dr. Clarke is a historian. Draco Alex's sister are the engineers. Honestly, both of them are civil engineers. If you want to talk about an aircraft crash, there is an engineer I have you can go to, but he's an aero engineer. He's lovely, but he's excellent. We have him on bilge pumps occasionally. Steve George, that's who I'd call about that. I message about that, and you can contact him through the Fleet Air Arm Museum if you want to. Rosestone's been up this far. Since we have broached the topic on a certain overhyped German battleship, can I get your thoughts on the Germans later naming a class of ships Admiral Lütjens? Let's see. Well, yeah, let's see. They are American Charles F. class, Charles F. Adams class guided missile destroyers with some modifications. They are basically built to provide air defense. They are named Lütjens, Mulders, and Rommel. And oh, Lord help us, why would you lumber a poor ship with the name Lütjens? Oh, let me save a picture for it. Right. Why would you do this to a ship? Why? Why you be so cruel to it? You know, why give it the name Lütjens? They're just cruel. Seriously, look at this poor ship. What's it done to deserve that? What has it done to deserve being called Lütjens? I'm currently running about 30. It's still running 14 minutes behind you all. Now, I wasn't joking earlier when I did say I might do for I've scheduled for 5 hours this evening because I do know that is important to you all. Whenever Drac does the 5-hour one, I have to do a 5-hour one because otherwise that people think, you know, I'm slacking. If France had a 1961, if France had continued with their PA2 or Richelieu class, as it was tended to be called, what benefit does it bring to France? They'd have a far better aircraft carrier in service. But they want a nuclear-powered one. They want it Cadabar. And they're developing their own design. So here's the thing about the Sanctity of War Graves. They are an embodiment and symbol of the ideal service to the country. The military itself would not stand for disrespect of the to the memory. It gets very problematic. War graves are a very sensitive and deservedly so subject. I would have the swordfish providing AW and things. You're wanting to fly a swordfish from HMS Queen Elizabeth again. We've been over this. There are better options. But a swordfish would be a cool thing to do. Rosinski's binocular side. Did the RN have manpower issues towards the end of World War II, the same way the British Army did? Less so. A lot less so. Because, honestly, the RN didn't need as much manpower as the Army did. But also, the RN had the advantage in that the Army's problem was that it was taking casualties at a rate. And because of the fighting it was doing and the hard fighting it was doing. Whereas, to be honest, the Royal Navy loses people, but it, other than Repulse and Renown and Repulse and Prince of Wales and Hood, and to an extent some of the early carrier losses, they don't tend to lose in such big chunks and such numbers at one point. So they can tend to stretch things, and they do. I think there are about 3 flight-capable swordfish left around, and 2 flying in the UK and 1 flying abroad from memory. Interesting. Props to the most recent bilge pumps. The US had and missed its HMS Campertown moment. I have... Honestly, the US have many issues, it seems. That the getting Sal on there and discussing it with Sal, when we read the report, and this was a reality, once you start to read the report on the Bonhomme-Richard fire, and I highly recommend everyone to go and read the report. There is a link to the report in the description at Bilge Pumps episode 70. There is all sorts of discussions available on Twitter you can find, and on various websites. Go and read the actual report. Don't satisfy yourself with just what's said by other people. Go and read the report. And every time I've read it, I've been... disappointed because there are so many officers and so many sailors who do the right thing. And there are others who are trying to do the right thing, but they're not going about it in the right way. And it's really made me... Because of the time I've spent with the Royal Navy, with the US Navy and these things, and I am used to imagining them and their command structure in a certain way reflective of my experiences with them. And for me, that meant I considered the style of command structure which we saw in Bonhomme Richard, which has been seen in previous events, as being an outlier. I have to say, the most disturbing thing about the entire Bonhomme Richard incident for me is that the only time you start to get a coordinated group working together is after a fricking admiral and staff shows up. That makes me feel sorry for the admiral, but it also makes me worry about every level coming down. Because that means that people don't feel they can start giving orders and they can start doing these things until they reach admiral, which means by the time they reach admiral, they won't be trained or able to be an admiral. Because here is the thing. You learn as a midshipman, you learn about giving orders, watching other people giving orders, and mostly by taking orders, but listening and learning. As a lieutenant, you start to give orders. If your senior officers give you above you give you the confidence, you give orders, you give instructions, you get used to making decisions, which carry a certain level of risk. But there is the comfort of the more senior people behind you if you're worried. If it's a big problem, you can go to someone above and they can help a decision. But you can, within your own sphere, make those orders, make those instructions. You can exercise autonomy. And as Jamie was talking about the stories of Fleet Air Arm officers taking control of firefighting parties because the officer in charge of the firefighting party or damage control party has been killed because of a bomb blast. And running it. That happened in World War II. Here, you had officers who weren't empowered. And didn't feel they were empowered to do it. And they're going up. And the trouble is, at every level in the military, you get more risk. Your decisions carry more weight and more risk. And if you're paralysed by this smaller amount of decisions and the smaller risk at the more junior level, how are you going to deal with the risk that comes when you get to the top level? You're not. And that's the problem. Just up in World of Warships, the band sunk. In World of Warships, the band sucks as it couldn't hit a barn door with a banjo. I would say, as someone who recently got caught by 3 bands in his warspite, I managed to take 2 of them with me. I'd finished off the cruisers and destroyers, but my fellow battleships had all got mullered. And I'd taken out my opposing number, so I was damaged from taking that. And then all the free opponent Bayans were coming ball down on me. I managed to take 2 out. Oh, The last one I took out by ramming. If I was going out, I was taking someone else out with me. Oh. Right, I'm now up to 8:37, and the time is 20:51. So. 96 everyone. If Courageous and Glorious hadn't met an early demise, what role would they do once time and tech overtook them before inevitably being sent to the breakers? Oh, they'd have served throughout World War II. They might have been used as home fleet carriers, as honestly what... The point is, Courageous and Glorious are perfectly fine for home fleet operations. Because they're not going to come up against a German carrier. And they're not going to go to Mediterranean. But that would free up armoured carriers, etc. for other options. So, let's put it this way. If you have Courageous and Glorious in service, and still in service, you might well have one of them involved in Taranto operations, because you always have Ark Royal and Illustrious out there. So, you might have had one of them along there for that. And been sent out to take part in the attack on Taranto. In which case, you could have had far more damage done to the Italian fleet. That's the point. If the Royal Navy has more carriers available, expect to have some multi-carrier operations going on. And that's what you get. You might well have another hunter group up north. You could have had Courageous and Glorious. One of them could certainly have been involved in the attack on the Bismarck, dealing with Bismarck at Denmark Strait. Again, they are perfectly fine for those missions. I wouldn't want to take them in 1941 against the pride of the Japanese Navy. Okay? But I'd be quite happy to operate them wandering around the Atlantic rather like Ranger does. They're perfectly fine for the Atlantic. And that's probably what they would have had done. Shinrai says, some people say the Alaskas should have been saved in museums. In a world of infinite resources, I would agree. But in the real world, steel is useful. Agreed on that, on those ones, but not with war wrecks. Sorry, no. They're war graves. And the thing is, you mentioned earlier the thing of moving the graves, which you can do with a graveyard, but you haven't done, no one's ever done with any sort of war graves. They don't move them. And when they have moved them, they've tended to move them from smaller graveyards to larger, more central graveyards, and been a lot of pomp, a lot of circumstance, and a lot of sort of thing. When we're talking about the salvaging, people aren't moving the graves. They don't do anything about that with those ships. They don't do it properly. They don't do it. They're not allowed. It's not allowed because it's desecrating the graves. Richard Order, did naval engineers and aero engineers argue over who should design the flying boats? Not really. But there again, you have to remember quite a lot of aero engineers had been naval engineers. And usually it's naval architects and aero engineers, and a specialist group of aero engineers grow up who design flying boats and also work in companies which also tend to work on speedboats. Yeah. Oh, so Street Racer, your thing is that people shouldn't be that Only memorials which people won the round should be left. Okay. So, basically, it's a tourist attraction, it's fine. But if it's not a tourist attraction, it can be desecrated. That's respectful. Gentlemen, I got in Naval history due to the obvious stuff, but you and Drakefell have helped me learn more about them. I'm glad. Dan Freeman, Regan for the Lütjens. Reading about him, he does seem to be reasonably anti-Nazi, so isn't too bad a name for a German post-war ship. I suspect that all this Chester home during Bismarck voyage was to seek protection of his family for the muck-up. Potentially, but no. Old Richard, no, Howes was never going to be BT. They basically continue on with the admirals of the Admiral class. BT wasn't that. They're going in order of seniority. So Jellicoe would come before BT, as Jellicoe had come first, but they never got to Fisher. They hadn't got through the. Let's put it this way: there are lots of admirals who come before Jellicoe and BT. So they've got to Howe, and then you would have to go on through the admirals of the fleet. At the moment, Street Racer, there's honestly part of me considering you, wondering whether you're trolling the chat with what you're going on for. It might be a sincerely felt decision, but it is not really the place where that's going to go down, is it? Hi guys, Lütjens' Norway campaign was brilliant. I have no idea what happened that you have against him. Probably being ordered by Hitler to do more impossible things near Spitzenberg, I guess. Honestly, I don't. I consider the Norway campaign for the Germans more lucky than brilliant, because if the Norwegian government had acted in any way like a proper government and acted in any way responsibly or in any way efficiently, then it would have failed completely. Right, when it comes to sources, how do you treat memoirs written by a third party so it comes out as the subject telling the author what happened? I usually am quite protective of them. I tend to go through and look at it, and I also tend to, if you've got a source which is someone else, and they're giving and if someone's telling you about someone else's story, then you have to be careful about what the context is they're telling you in, but also you have to be careful what person I'm talking about, would that person actually be there? Or has someone misinterpreted? Always cross-reference. And always check your sources out. If you don't, that's the easiest way to come up a cropper. Hello? The lights have changed. If you don't mind, I'm going to dim that down a little bit. That's better. That is better. Weren't the Wasp class LHAs going to start retiring the next several years anyway? Bonhomme Richard had just been updated and upgraded. She was not going to be retired for a long time. Don Johnny, do you think they should make a film about California Clip of Fire Mode? Yes, it'd be cool. Paul Johnson, how far back in time is it okay to salvage a war grave? I mentioned Mary Rose. The reason the Mary Rose had to be salvaged was because it was blocking Portsmouth dockyard, Portsmouth going in and out. So it wasn't being salvaged for the wood or for commercial purposes. It was being salvaged because it was going to be destroyed by the ships going in and out of Portsmouth anyway. The ferries and everything were getting bigger and it was going to get destroyed. So they salvaged it to protect it. And if you've noticed, they've basically set up an entire memorial called the Mary Rose Museum, which is a memorial to all the crew and everything there, if you go for it. So that's kind of like, the Mary Rose is an example of moving a war grave. And it's done properly. Not sure if you answered this yet. Would 2 Essex class CVs have been better for Argentina than 1 Colossus class CVL? They'd have had to protect them. So no. Well, it would have been nicer. They'd have had more aircraft, but honestly, the British would probably have, the submarines were hunting them. Colin Cameron, out with the war grave issues, which I agree with Dr. Clarke. Salvage rights for all warships are owned by the commissioning country, so as long as that country doesn't sell the rights, it is illegal. Yeah. Sean Quigley, hello. With the talk about war graves, how does anyone feel about what's being done in removing bits and pieces from Titanic? Obviously not a war grave, but still disrespectful not? I'd prefer it not to be going on, but honestly, they're mostly removing bits and pieces from Titanic to try and preserve it, because it's going away so quickly underwater. Again, they're trying to set up a museum. And that's ignorant. Lütjens didn't take pride in singing Hood. In fact, it demoralized him because he knew the British would want revenge. Yeah. Remember, I'm waiting for you to start doing these with red background lighting. That'd be a bit, how do I put this politely? Romantic, wouldn't it? Red background lighting? I'd say I can make this even worse for me, because I can do death. And let's go. Because then I have the circle light pointed directly towards me, and that just gives me a nightmare. But so what I tend to do is I've got it pointed at some, well, for want of a better word, kitchen, kitchen boarding that I've got, some speckled stuff. Basically a sheet of this, which you can't really see but has speckles. And that is then reflecting that light around the room, which gives this effect. Jonathan Ribeiro, what was the RN style carrier-ups? Single ships or understandable as a understandable pair multi? Well, let me explain this one. That's going to be fun. Okay. So, the RN in in the interwar years had been at the forefront practicing multi-carrier ops. They've been doing multi-carrier ops from pretty much the 1920s onwards. As soon as they got more than one carrier in service, they started thinking about multi-carrier ops and how you would work them together. What happens in World War II is that they need to have such a wide coverage, because you have to remember it's their nightmare scenario. And it's not only a nightmare scenario, it's a nightmare scenario happening before they were supposed to be prepared for war. And even then, they hadn't been given the funding to prepare for what they would have needed to fight all three powers at once. But basically, they were getting the money so they were equipped to deal with the specifics of each navy. But really, only any combination of two of them was the criteria the government were prepared to fund. So the Royal Navy were focusing on their carriers and were planning on having carriers in multi-carrier groups. But then you have two things happen. You have war break out early. You have them lose Courageous and Glorious. You also have the decision by Churchill to pause carrier construction along with capital ship construction. and then you have Ark Royal lost. So the British don't get to do multi-carrier operations really until you've got the Indian Ocean and Eastern Fleet with Operation C. And then they have multi-carrier operations. They do some multi-carrier operations off on Norway in 1940 as well. But that's the real probability. The British planned and had developed multi-carrier operations. And again, Battle of Taranto was supposed to be a multi-carrier operation. It's often forgotten. It was supposed to be both Illustrious and Eagle. But Eagle's systems broke down and couldn't be repaired in time. So they took Illustrious. But it would have been Illustrious and Eagle launching strikes, in which case you would have had probably an extra 18 or so swordfish involved in the strike, which is basically a third wave, or the two waves being 50% stronger, and that's not nice. Not nice at all for the Italians, because let's put it this way, the damage they do is significant enough. If you have that many extras, the odds are you get a couple more torpedo hits. Well, probably about 4 to 5 more torpedo hits. And maybe some bombs do some actual damage. Depending on whether... based on 12 of those aircraft being armed with torpedoes and 6 being armed with bombs. And I was very good. I managed to say all that without mentioning the very first Rear Admiral aircraft carriers, which of course was Admiral Henderson, who went on to become 3rd Sea Lord. And of course had really pushed the Royal Navy in the multi-carrier doctrine. And that's the entire reason the British were prepared to pursue the carriers they were. It was supposed to be a multi-carrier group. It wasn't going to be a single carrier launching an Alpha Strike. If they were launching an Alpha Strike, it's going to be a group of carriers. You had your strike carriers like Ark Royal and the later Indefatigable class, Indefatigable and Implacable. You had your fleet carriers, which were supposed to operate closer with the fleet, provide air defence to them, but also rolling strike. And again, the British process of doing the constant attacks, keeping up a constant flow of smaller attacks versus a single big punch. Again, it's night doctrine as well. They want to do night attacks. That's the thing with British aircraft carriers. The British are going down a route about how to operate from a position where they're outnumbered by their opponents, because they expect to be outnumbered at the beginning of any war, and they expect to have their components still there when they reach them. That's it. Oh, good lord. I think I've caught up. I've caught up. What do you know? All people were very quiet for a few minutes. And I skipped past a lot. I don't know. I think I've caught up. Mission, when stargazing, you should use flashlight with orange filter. Can take 15 minutes for human eyes to adjust dark at night. I think my neighbours use a MW lighting up in the neighbourhood. Option, certainly. Street Racer. Sure, so it's okay to salvage a war wreck to avoid having to dredge another channel, but not for the scrap steel? Yes, that's totally arbitrary. No, because there's literally only one channel in and out of Portsmouth. That's the trouble, so it's the only option done. And yes, it wasn't salvaged, though. That's the thing. You're salvaging a wreck to a steel wreck, as you said, when you have no need to move it because it's not getting in the way of anyone moving about their business. But also, you are salvaging it for commercial reasons to make money. when, honestly, let's be honest, Mary Rose is lifted and turned into a museum and a memorial. Yeah, that's moving a grave. That's not salvaging, is it? Is it? So anyway, what if the US in 1945 gets sent back to the day before Pearl Harbor, minus Hawaii? How do battles like Midway and Guadalcanal go? If the US in 1945 gets sent back to the day before Pearl Harbor, I'm presuming the US Navy at Pearl Harbor gets notice that the Japanese are coming and gets told to put to sea, and probably which direction they're coming from and try and find them, or alternatively, moves them back, gets home and then upgrades them. Raparosa. Our explosive naval plus, if they go back with all the capacity they've got by 1945 for construction, then the poor Japanese are going to be walloped by the swarm of ships heading their way. Raparosa. Are explosive and naval shells necessary or redundant? They move quite far. They move quite fast. Anyone or anything at the point of impact is going to have a life-altering, significant emotional event. Yes, the explosives in the shells tend to be about causing more damage within the ship. Especially considering, if you think about it, the explosive bombs going off, they might not even sink the ship, but they can often displace and disrupt engine components and all sorts of things which will damage the ship and then make sure you actually get the killing shot. Given the UK was at war with Finland from December 1941, were there any UK naval operations against Finnish ships in the support of the Russians? Not really. The British don't really get involved in the war versus the Finnish. They don't really do much now. Hmm. Teresa, you're talking about the third world countries. I don't take this the wrong way, but are you really suggesting Southeast Asia is a third world country? You really want to go there? Because, frankly, I wouldn't put them in that category. Especially not where we're talking about, which is Malaysia and Singapore. Vision, you skipped my phone comment. Vision, let's go back and see. I'm not sure where I skipped it. On the Bonhomme Richard, I don't understand why no one triggered the phone with a red button. They abandoned ship. Surely they could have hit the red button on their way out. I have no idea on that one. Anna, did you expect the USN to have competent command? We are too busy conducting ideology purges for wrong thing. The US Navy has to have, in the nicest way, even if they're conducting purges, which I wouldn't agree on that front, frankly. I would say they should have competent command, because you should be teaching competent command from day one for everyone. Hello, Will Atkins. No French dressing on our subs. Dope Squad, if... Oh, good lord. I suggest on the war graves that's taken to the Discord channel, because it's now gone on to the point it's become more war graves than anything in the chat. And it's becoming, to an extent, quite heated. And I can understand why, because war graves are always an emotional subject, and frankly they quite rightfully are so. But I think it's more of something to have a discussion on the Discord rather than the chat, because you can have longer phrases, and perhaps, and this is giving this is me giving Streetcar Racer the benefit of the doubt, perhaps in a longer form they can better explain their position. Politically, Southeast Asia is part of the Third World War. When Naval came up with the free world concept, he was referring to all former colonies as Third World. But economically nowadays, not so sure. I would agree, Tian Wong. It's there is it becomes a very complicated thing. Take care, John Shea. Cascaden, I hear that ships like Vanguard weren't preserved out of war due to the economy of post-war Britain. As an American, are there any good books to go over the economic state of Britain at the time? There is an excellent book to go over British economy. If you want all the stuff on the British economy, and I'll add this into the chat, into the list. Right then. Right then, so British Historical Statistics by B.R. Mitchell. And the reason I tend to recommend this is because it allows you to make your own informed assessments. Most of the books, and you can buy a whole myriad of books about the British economy post-World War II. There are tons of them. But the thing is, they tend to cherry pick the statistics depending on what they want. So, before you read any book about the British economy post-World War II, first of all, go and buy this book, which is the Historical Statistics. Because it has all the statistics in. Page after page after page of them. Year after year. Going from about as far back as you can think of to as modern as you can think of. In that this gets up to 1980. So this gives you the raw data. The books then will tell you, give you their sort of particular view, usually putting forward their own particular economic theory, depending on which school of economics they come from, and you can then take that and decide for yourself. And that's the important thing. Don't worry, Street Racer. It's not distracting. It's the question has turned into a long thing. And as I said, I think it's better to do that sort of debate. Once you're having long form, let's put it this way. Once people are having to put in comments, which are sort of getting numbered 3 and 4 of a series, that suggests to me they need longer form space to writing. In which case, Discord is better. Sean quickly, if you look at the BHL Bonhomme Richard file, it is probably a blessing in disguise. Imagine all those problems in DC and command decision problems still existing when ships run actual combat damage issues. That is a problem. 9600, any favourite never built ships? Malta class aircraft carriers, USS America, the big supercarrier, HMS Agincourt, the Queen Elizabeth class. There's a few ships from the Wooden Wall era as well, which I quite like. The Dutch battle cruisers, they would have been cool. The Francisco Caracola of the Italian Navy, that would have been gorgeous. The Borodinos, I think that's what they're called. The Russian battle cruisers, they would have also been pretty cool. There are lots of any favourite never-built ships. Let's change this one. So, if I was charged with fixing the Taiho's design, how would I do that? Well, let's see. Let me first make sure I've got the right question read out. Bum 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 bum. That's quite funny, but that's probably better. So, let's consider this pretty, and she is quite pretty. The Taiho. Now, the question is, if you were tasked with fixing the Taiho's design, what would you change? Well, I'd probably have a slightly thicker lower armour deck. So I'd leave the upper armour deck at what it is. 3 inches is fine for that. But you've got 1.3 inches for the lower deck, and I probably want that slightly thicker. I would I'd probably like to keep the same speed, so I'm probably going to need up the speed a little bit of the engine power a bit. But mostly, if I was going to fix her, I need to find a way of replacing the 25mm with something which actually works. I don't mind the 10cm ones. The 100mm guns are fine. Could do with more of those in many ways. She has 12 of those in 6 double mounts. I'd probably want to up that to equivalent to a British one. So I'd be looking to have 16 in 8 double mounts, 2 forward and 2 port and starboard, 2 each port and starboard forward and 2 each port and starboard aft. That would just seem far more sensible to me. I'd want the extra firepower of the 100mm, and I like the yellow. Oh. It's she's one of those interesting things. I would also have been tempted to keep the armoured deck but go with deck edge lifts. Now, why would I go with deck edge lifts and keep the armour? Because the armour would still be intact going backwards and forwards, but that would give me more space inside the hangar for aircraft and more space for actually the operation of the aircraft on the flight deck. And finally, you've got to have the damage control parties actually trained. This is the thing. She is. you know, you've got the damage control officer actually ordering the ship's general ventilation system switched to full capacity, and where possible, all doors and hatches open to try to rid the ship of fumes. Unsurprisingly, this results in the saturation of areas previously unexposed to the vapours, and increases the chances of an accidental or spontaneous ignition. She should have been far more survivable, and you can honestly argue that if you had made for a better ventilation system and a better fuel management system, which, i.e., a British style fuel management system, which caused them to be drained, or like the Americans had fitted on some of their ships as the war had developed into the war and has gone, especially after they had the British had actually got it going, they would have been far better options. But that's the thing. It's building an armoured carrier is about building a ship for survivability, which is a lot more than just the armour. There is a lot more that goes into building a ship for survivability than just the armour. There's also how you manage the aviation fuel. There's how you manage the ship's own damage control, and even the British have muck-ups with it, and they start building the armoured carrier concept a lot before the Americans and Japanese do. Classic example, HMS Ark Royal, which is basically the damage control officer. It goes, oh, I don't want to put... I'm going to go against instructions. It's the enemy who puts water into my ships, not me. And yes, there are admirals who also say that. And in the nicest way, they should shut up, because the fact is an aircraft carrier is incredibly top heavy, and you don't want that moving around. You don't want that to lose its center of gravity. So you bring in the water, you flood sections, and you flood especially at certain areas to give you stability. That's gone. Given it's Halloween and everyone loves a ghost story, what do you think happened to the Mary Celeste? That's an interesting question. Everyone's gone. Still set for dinner and everyone's disappeared. No trace. If they'd found contraband on her hull, I'd have sworn that she thought she saw... as she was coming into harbour, they thought they saw people coming to... and she was closer to harbour. I swear they got off to try and avoid being caught with contraband when they saw a ship coming their way. But no, we'll probably never know. Because you don't abandon a perfectly functioning ship. And as far as we can see, she's perfectly functioning. And it's a mystery. It truly is a mystery. Street Racer. Assuming this time period is in scope, yes, because I don't have a time period. I do it all. Were Middle Ages warships better than Roman era warships, factoring Atlantic versus Med if possible? The galleys in the Middle Ages were certainly not as advanced or massive as their Roman era counterparts, but they did tend to be galleases and have various forms of cannon on, so probably were better in that regard, and even some of the Roman ones in that time. Because remember, the Byzantine Empire considered themselves a Roman Empire. Were armed with Greek fire, of course. As the high side sailing ships probably were better in the open oceans than the Roman ones, but Roman ones were fairly good. Some of their Quincum Marines and bigger vessels would have definitely given the medieval fleets a worry. And you must remember the Roman fleets tended to actually be bigger. Remember, it's not so much a question about the economy, but going on how ships and planes are paid for and financed. You'll find all the stats in that book. Rozensky's binocular suppliers. The Tiger class cruisers seem to be an inefficient hull. 11,000 tons for 4 6-inch guns seems a little bang for buck. It did allow them to be upgraded. Was that part of the plan, or did the RN luck into it? The RN lucked into it, and really they weren't that keen on the Tigers themselves. They were building light cruisers, and they were sort of backed into a corner to build those. I thought we used the phrase lesser economically developed countries these days, and more economically developed countries. LEDCs and MEDCs, or I might be behind. Really, I should ask one of my geography colleagues. Graham Hanna, Doc, where would I go about finding out more about HMS Badger, the Merlin class sloop? Well, I'd start with the Orkney Islands Museum. They're usually fairly decent on any ships which are sunk around them. They seem to be fairly efficient design, but they are technically they're a snow brig sail sloop of war. You might want to look up J.J. College and Ben Warlow's book, and you might also want to look up Ian McLaughlin's 2014 Sloops of War. That's a fairly good one. That's by C4 Publishing. And if you really want an expensive time, there's the British Warships in the Age of Sail series by Riff Winfield, which I've got some of them of, but I haven't got all of them. Which is an entire thing of British Warships in Age of Sail, their design, construction, careers, and fate. And it's 4 parts. They're just massive books. Diddly-dee. Oh, let's see. Now, questions. IJN Taiho is how not to build an armoured aircraft carrier. She's got some good ideas in her. She has got some ideas in her. That's the thing. She has got some ideas in her, which are not that bad, actually. It's one of those interesting issues. She's actually got, I would say, some good structure going on there. Let's see. Second, in Ultimate Admirals, what guns do you use for the 13.5-inch ships, and what for 9.2-inch and 4.5 and 4.7? Usually, I have to go for the gun above because the gun below is not going to sort them out. So usually, I round up to 14 for the 13.5-inch ships, 10 for the 9.2s, or actually, I'd say I've been cheating and going with the 9s as a rule because rate of fire, it's more like a 9. And 4.5 and 4.7s, I tend to go with the 5s. John Navarro, what do you think about the supposed motor as thought of by the USN? ISIs, and what do you think it was built? I think that the USN have a lot of very weird images about the IJN. I think if the IJN do build Iowa-sized vessels, I'd like to say they could get more out, but I doubt they could. Because the real problem for the IJN is not building the hulls, although there's limited facilities for that. It's actually building the engines, which is the big limit on their battleship construction and the turrets. So that's why they do what they do, and they build what they build, how they build it. The RN wasn't paranoid about aviation fuel now carriers. Well, okay, they were. They were massively paranoid. I'm surprised the RN didn't have paranoia about cordate and shell storage. They did! It's just less publicly known. Have you looked at the design system they used on Vanguard and KGVs? Or HMS Hood? Or even the Renowns? There is also the advantage that once you get to the bigger guns, you have less opportunity for doing such things. This is a point I was making when I was talking about the Dreadnoughts and the series when we were talking about when we did Thrawn and Tarkin taking over the High Seas Fleet. The reason it gets... You can get away with things with a 12-inch gun, or even a 13.5-inch gun, and the shells and the stuff around. You can't get away with on a 15-inch, because everything is just that much bigger. And definitely not on a 16-inch. Or an 18-inch. You just can't get away with those things, because the scope of what you're dealing with is that much bigger. That's ignorant. Frankly, shouldn't water pooling at the bottom of the aircraft lift well mean you should reduce her weight? It means you probably need to fix her hull if water's actually getting in there. Seneca, what was the worst ship built for World War I or World War II? For World War One, I'm always tempted to say the Invincible class battle cruisers because they were neither fast enough nor pretty enough. But no, probably Blueco in both. That's good. My favourite theory is that they had a flashover of the alcohol in the cargo. The crew thinking that the ship was about to explode because of the cargo jump overboard. That is potential. And then couldn't get back on. But you've got people bailing out everywhere from their meals and all these things, and then if it happened in rough enough weather, they could then get all that. The lifeboat might not be that well, but they launch the boat as well. That's the thing. So it's not a quick process to get off. Getting a boat off a Aegis sail ship is not quick. Sure, so Newspeak is developing countries versus developed. I'll keep using the normal terms though. Welding ships was not exactly as easy as it's sometimes made out to be. So yes, there were a few ships which had issues with welding and their launch. Declan 95. What's a better ship? A Type 45 or the Horizon things that are heating up the channel again? Type 45s, mainly because as much as I love the Horizon class frigates, they have some serious limitations because they are designed as frigates to go into the Mediterranean. Basically, the French designed them for air defense of the Charles de Gaulle when it's wandering around the Mediterranean, which is perfectly sensible if you're limiting your carrier to the Mediterranean. If you want to actually have global ambitions, you'd better build something bigger and call it a destroyer, probably. Although they'd probably call it a frigate, like the Polish are probably going to call whatever they build. Dan Freeman, so is the Taiho a failure of training and doctrine, operation, rather than design? More of the failure of training and doctrine and operation rather than design. Design has weaknesses. I'm not claiming the Taiho's design is great. As you heard, the first thing I wanted to change was give a deck-edge lifts and make sure the armour was contiguous and slightly thicker the armour on the inner one. So you would have a case of penetration, boom, but not getting down below. And some proper damage control, but they don't have that. Spindrift, which book series do you think will be completed first? Nicholas Rogers' A Naval History of Britain or George R.R. Martin's Song of Ice and Fire? Give me one which couldn't torpedo my career. If I'm being honest, I have now been to, let's say, more than one presentation where I've heard Nicholas Rogers talking about his forthcoming book, which is supposed to bring... Where is it? I have it sitting around me somewhere. Basically it up to present day. From 1850 to the present day. The trouble is... Oh. Yeah. Because this is the one which covers the most recent. And this one, Command of the Ocean, and it goes up to 1815. So he's got to do, I think he's planning to do 1800 to probably 1990. And it's just so massive. It's a massive project, and I'm hopeful he will get it done. But I'm getting more and more thinking it might end up being finished as his retirement project. I'm not sure. After all, I don't really know what HOI 4 is. This is the trouble, and sometimes people use acronyms. I sit there and go, Hearts of Iron. No, I haven't played Hearts of Iron 4. I haven't played Hearts of Iron that recently. I think I played the original Hearts of Iron, which probably is showing my age. Senator, Belgrano is now a bulk freighter and one of the former chief engineers of the YouTuber by the name of Chief McCoy. Shows the life in the merchant marine nowadays. I think he's holding it up because of the... I think George R.R. Martin is holding it up because of the television series and the weirdness which went on with that, especially the ending. Hello, Melanie 1640. And hello, Animal 16365. Paul Bestwick, can you explain the lack of apparent urgency from the USN regarding the fleet numbers of the plan? It's quite simple. They only have a certain amount of budget, and actually building those more ships would require them actually getting more yards. This is one of the reasons why when people turn around and go, you know what's going to happen? The Australians will build their submarines in the American yards, and you sit there and go, really? Really? The Americans have space to build Australian submarines in their yards? Nope. And really, the British shouldn't have space in our yards, but we keep criminally underfunding our Navy. John Newman, if I remember correctly, right, technically it took 15 minutes for every pair of lifeboats to launch. More than likely. And that was a lot quicker than trying to get the lifeboat off the Mary Celeste. And look, steel used in US war emergency built shipping, Liberty's T2s Act, had a tendency to become brittle in cold water. Wasn't discovered until later. No. Rapid Razorback. I wish I didn't have to ask this, but were turrets in World War II welded, riveted, or cast? What about today? Depends on who you're talking to and which navy. They're, to an extent, depending on the navy you're talking about, they can be welded. But it's very, very thick steel. So they do tend to be cast. They do tend to try and cast them. But they can also be riveted. And it does depend on which navy you're talking about. The bigger navies and the bigger turrets do tend... They tend to try and cast them. They do tend to try and cast them. But that is, as you can imagine, a very, very big project. So there are various navies which came up with ideas of trying to cast bits of turrets and then welding those bits together. Doesn't always work that well. Cascading, what vessel role during World War I and World War II appeared not get enough love in your opinion? Well, destroyers get forgotten so often. I've been doing MB8, the operation around the operation that the British are doing during Taranto, and all the cruisers get named, all the battleships get named, all the aircraft carriers get named, and then they just go 30 destroyers. What were the destroyers? I ended up riveting through, basically going through the entire thing, trying to figure out which destroyers there were, and that's why there's going to be a section on the scrap iron flotilla and other things when it comes out. I think we should have a live and see just how long Dr. Clarke can go on for. Well, I think I've been quite good this evening. I haven't been interrupted once. Not sure how I'm doing that. So, can you possibly soft bind the book that big, lol? This is technically softbound, as is this one. But this is why people find me funny, because I tend to buy the hardback versions of books, and I go, when you do dealing this size of books, they'll last longer. And with this one, I have this copy, which I tend to use a lot. I have a hardback copy, and I have a Kindle copy. Because I need it so often for my job. Hardback copy tends to be the one I loan out to people. It's more likely to come back in one piece. Because if we doesn't, we should have taken Nicholas Rogers' third book and fill in the missing spots. We'd quarrel endlessly, probably. more than likely. Representative Dr. Clarke, you would appreciate this. My mother asked if we are reviewing books, I would rather have the book or the cash. I can't get a grasp how much some of these books cost. Yeah, that caused fun. That caused fun sometimes. I even sometimes can't get fellow historians to do it. That was a question often with my former girlfriend and I when she would talk to me about the book reviews and go, well, why aren't you getting paid for this? And I'm going, I would be buying this book anyway. It's massively expensive. This one I might not have bought, but I would have missed it because it's a cool book. There it is. By the way, I do have a stock of reviews which are going to be coming out soon. I am just putting them all together. Senator, I want 6 MECO A300s for the German Navy. Would this be a good thing? It would be a lovely thing, but I doubt you'd get them. Let's be honest, the German Navy has a habit of... Let's put it this way, their recent procurements are not necessarily the best ships, and there is, of course, the one which looks like a Cylon, which they're currently in the process of buying, and... Yeah. I seem to remember there was an entire 20 minutes in the bilge pumps of me and Drakenfell tearing apart the new German design, and Jamie going, it can't be that bad, it can't be that bad. Then we sent him a photo, and he actually ripped into it for a further 10 minutes on himself. Rosansky's binocular supply. Will they build components in the UK and US and then assemble the Australian SSN in the Australian SSN in Australia? Probably. Probably some of the systems will be assembled in the US and then built into segments of the hull in Australia. I wouldn't be surprised if the reactor and the portion of hull it's in is built in the UK and shipped out. Right, Arctic convoys weren't terrible. If the Germans didn't get you, the weather was just as dangerous, not more so. True. Grandma, Mary Celeste, they upset the wee folk and they got zapped. It's Halloween, lol. That is also the other option. They got descended upon by the Dutchman, the Flying Dutchman. Why did the US give troublesome aircraft to the British to fix? Because we tend to work it out. That's our traditional history. Senator, what is a scrap iron flotilla? It is some World War I era destroyers which were supplied by the Royal Australian Navy, well, former World War I era Royal Navy destroyers, given to the Royal Australian Navy, which was sent by the Royal Australian Navy to the Mediterranean, and Goebbels described them as the scrap iron flotilla, which a name they wore with pride, and there's actually a very good book entitled Scrap Iron Flotilla that you might want to look up and procure about them. Uncle 95, we should bring back a modern version of the Tribals. Oh, that'd be nice. Take care, Rick Vasava. Rosansky's binocular supplier. Regarding the nameless DDs in history books, consider all the crew, the cost to build them, logistics needed to fuel and provision them, their achievements. Yet, just a little footnote on history. Yeah! I was talking to one of my colleagues, and I was describing to her, and her response to me was, well, you know, why are you worrying? Why are you obsessing about these ships? You know, and I pointed out that they supplied almost 2/3 of the ships in operations were these destroyers, because there were 30 of them and there was 16 other ships. And her response was, actually, that does matter. That is important. And she's far more interested in ancient history. Really, the Romans, etc., is what interests her. Although she's an engineering colleague. Oh, I work with a lot of it. I have a lot of engineering PhD students at the moment who are currently suffering a lot of history being taught to them whenever they call me up to talk about their engineering. World War II Summary History of Haiku. Hello! I don't think I've seen you before today. How you doing? How do you have a length time-wise you shoot for book reviews? I try to make them roughly 15 minutes. I decided 15 minutes was roughly the right time for a book review. Rapper, my wife just accused you of being in love with your own voice. Really, I'm not. I am not Sheldon Cooper. My voice is not that great. I get used to my voice a lot. Sure, I was just watching a different Dr. Clarke vid, and he basically said his voice sounds better than his family's because he went to a private school. No, I don't sound better, but I do sound different. I was a scholarship boy at a private school, as was my sister. And that means that, well, let's put it this way. I was raised in Surrey, and I was a scholarship boy at private schools because my dyslexia meant that I was told I would have to go to a special needs school, which would limit my GCSEs and all the options I could do for education-wise. My mum went, "That's stupid. You've just told me he's very smart, but you said that you can't support him because he needs a laptop in classes and you can't protect the laptop." Yeah. Okay, and so I did the scholarship to private school. But my family mostly are Cornish and a fair chunk are Scottish. So if you hear me my family talking, my accent sounds really different from them. And it sounds different from even the Liverpudlian section of my family, which my dad came from. So yeah, accents sound very, very different. And I can go really posh. I can go full upper class. Because that was the kind of school I went to. I was a scholarship boy, and you had to learn to speak like this. But that is not my normal voice. But this is how I can talk, and I can keep this up for quite a long time. In fact, I can keep this up for the whole day. It sounds proper, and it's how you talk when you need to talk. Because this is the way you need to talk certain times. In certain parts of the world, when you're working in British society, or you are representing Britain in certain scenarios, if you start talking like this, people actually pay far more attention to you. And they listen to you. Because they understand this is the voice of a British person giving instructions and telling them what to do. In a very polite way. And usually phrasing it as a request, but it's still an order, but it's a request. And so like this. However, that is not my normal voice. That is the voice I learnt at school. So, my normal voice is this one, which is what I usually talk at. Anuk, who's reactive for the Iran submarines? Probably British. If Britain are supplying the reactor module, it'll be British. That's my instinct. Annual 16365. During World War II, was there a ratio of ships, fleet orders, supply ships, repair ships per operating fleets? Not really a ratio, but they needed as many as they could get. Graham Hanna, Lord High Admiral, will the Crown wait until the next reign to appoint? It's reverted to the Queen. It's reverted to the Queen. The Queen had it before. She bestowed it on the Duke of Edinburgh. When the Duke of Edinburgh dies, it reverts to her. Knights of Clarence, I think the Taiho needed more time on the drawing board. Probably, but it's wartime. Barbarossa, former girlfriend? Yeah. Been over for a while now. Sadly enough, but life happens. Ceramic, real people aren't asking the real questions here. Can the new Aussie subs stay underwater for more than 20 minutes? Yeah, even if they were the diesel ones, they could stay underwater for more than 20 minutes. Too much. I think it'd be cool if you had a Liverpool accent. Always liked them best of the UK's. Yeah, that's more my dad. That would have been my dad. That would have been a Liverpool accent. Confused about the meaning of British private and public school curriculum. Okay, so, right. You have your state schools, which, I don't know, I will turn this voice on for this. The state schools, which are divided up into various different forms. There are schools which are academies, which some of them are run themselves, some of them are owned by companies, but they provide it for the state, so they're completely free education. When I was younger, when I went through in dyslexia, and with my form of dyslexia, you would have to go to special needs school because supporting you was not something which the schools were set up to. Nowadays, they are far better set up. So nowadays, I might well not have ended up in the private sector. I might not have needed to do a scholarship to a private school to actually have regular schooling. I could well have functioned and flourished quite happily in a state school because they could have supported me, but they couldn't at that time, so I did the scholarship, which was very lucky. I got the money off, and my grandfather very generously paid for the rest. So I have an accent like this if I need it in my back pocket, because that's the environment I went through, and I could talk like this and had to talk like this from basically the age of, well, I was taught to talk like this from about the age of 3 onwards, but from the age of 11 to 18, this was where I was talking. So whenever I went to school, you didn't you didn't talk like this. You didn't talk that way at all. I wouldn't talk like this at all. But when I went to school, you talked like this, and you would talk like it all day. And you would sound like it. It's proper. 961, the upper posh accent in the school, the posh school accent sounds a little snobby. It is incredibly. It is incredibly, but it does work. 961, wonder who's doing the intro for Bilge Pumps episode 71, given Drax done a patron this right this week. It was his turn. Graham Hanna, don't you go sounding like Boris and Jacob. Trust me, I have stories about both of them. Sean Quigley, Dr. C. The upper posh school sounds a little snobby. Yes, they often does. Sean Quigley, Dr. C. Hopefully, when you're teaching your engineering students, you stress the fact they don't need to constantly reinvent the wheel and the inefficiency when they do that. Yep. Director Jack Ray, lol, Dr. Clarke voice, aka Jim Hacker. To an extent, yes. Basically, it, as we used to call it at school, was our Sir Humphrey voice, or Humpy voice, which was far funnier when you were 13-year-old and didn't have the meanings. Well, we didn't necessarily fully understand the meanings that it could come across. It seemed very funny as 13. Dan Freeman, public schools are a subset of private schools, both of which you pay to learn, while the other option are state schools, which range in names, terms including grammar, comprehensive, and, as mentioned earlier, academies. That is easy. In England, public school is a private school. In Scotland, a private school is a private school. And in England and Scotland, it's state schools for council provider schools. Simple. Yeah. It's true. So, as we all know, it's pump jets that can only stay underwater for 20 minutes. Graham Hanna, my accent changes depending on speaking Gaelic or Highlick. True, my accent changes if I wander down in Cornwall. I suddenly get Cornish. If I ever do one of these from Cornwall, you will know. And I have to admit, I have gone back to them. I did do a live from Cornwall, and I can hear the Cornish starting to come into my voice, and I'd only literally been down there about a day. Come on. I used to come back from visiting my great-grandfather with a Lincolnshire accent, and when I started working, they all thought I was from Edinburgh. I always lived in Lancashire. Anyway, the wheel has been reinvented several times since his degree course. The wheel has been reinvented several times in a degree course. It's fun times. It really can be. Shomak, a suggestion for bilge pumps topic. The grand design from Yes Prime Minister. That would be fun, but we'd have to introduce... That would involve us introducing Jamie to Yes Prime Minister. And that's the more strange thing. Introducing Jamie to Yes Prime Minister. But no, it is quite fun. Anyway, let's get to one of the books that are coming up, because there is one book which I was planning on definitely getting to, whatever happened today. And that's rather appropriate for November. This is David Hobbs' Taranto book. Naval Air Warfare in the Mediterranean 1940 to 1945. And that's why I like this book, because it has it all in there. Now, she gets... So you have to remember, Eagle has roughly 24 swordfish aboard her. Roughly 24. And HMS Illustrious Strike, it gets 4 swordfish from 813 Squadron Naval Air Service and 2 Gloucester Sea Gladiators. And 2 from 824 Squadron and Naval Air Service. This goes along with the 9 she has from 815 herself, and the 9 she has from 819. Now, these are, of course, operational, so you might well go down to it and say, well, actually, that means they'd only be adding on probably another 12 swordfish in the strike. Well, it could have been another 12, but I think, myself, it's looked at, and when I think about it, I would say that if you'd had Eagle along, you would have had a strike probably in the region of... Probably in the region of 42-ish swordfish. And that would make a difference. It really would. And I think if you had all the Gloucester Sea Gladiators along with Eagle that she could bring along, again, that would make a difference. Professor, when are you starting your next book? I'm started it. Well, no, I've started considering... I've got 4 proposals written out. I'm talking... I've sent them through to Pen and Sword to see which ones they like. Kevin Ray. A second shot, read Grand Design Belchman's episodes, and Jamie would love Yes Prime Minister. Yes, he would, but his wife might not love us introducing him to him. I think she does sometimes wonder that we are the other, that me and Drac are the other, you know, woman in his life. We do take up a lot of his time. Sean Quigley. There's a set of people who are naturally mimics. They unconsciously take on the accent. Yeah. And look, I've seen a couple minute episode of Yes Minister. How long did it run? Ooh, I think it was about. I forget. Honestly, I think it's roughly 5 seasons. Mostly of Yes Minister, but 2 of Yes Prime Minister. No, it's a good. This is a good book, and so this is the book I wanted to really cover today. And I'm going to start. I'm going to give it a little bit of a reading. Let's see. 0412. The one drawback with attacking ships in harbour, of course, is that it is difficult to destroy them completely, since they settle in shallow water from which they can be raised and refurbished. Ships damaged to the same extent in the open ocean would be irretrievably lost. By the early morning on 12th November, Littorio's bow was resting on the bottom. Between 0400 and 0627, she had been towed through gaps in the torpedo nets across the Mar Grande to the west and grounded on Mermaid Bank in a position with a water depth of about 45 feet. By the 14th of November, she had 2 auxiliaries, a tanker, several small craft, and a submarine alongside her, the latter to provide electrical power. She had been hit by 3 torpedoes, and the Italians later reported that the first had blown a hole 49 feet by 32 feet in the bulge abreast a number 1 6-inch turret. The second blew a hole 23 feet by 5 foot abreast the tiller flat on the port quarter, and the third exploded on the starboard side, forward of the first at the very low level in the bulge, blowing a hole 40 feet by 30 feet. Subsequently raised and decked for repairs, she was not made operational again until March 1941. A dent in her starboard quarter may have been due to the 4th torpedo, which was found unexploded in the mud beneath her. Cavour, to the south of her, was in a worse state. Flooding was causing her bow to sink lower in the water by about 2 foot every 30 minutes, and by 0155 hours, her draft forward had reached 46 feet, and it was declared that she could not be kept afloat. By 0330 hours, it was finally accepted that counter-flooding measures in all 3 battleships were not stabilising them, and orders were given to beach them. Cavour was towed for about 100 yards from her anchor position to the east and grounded at 0445 in about 50 feet of water, with a sandy bottom on the eastern side of the Mar Grande. She was abandoned at 0600 hours, but as her keel settled fully onto the bottom, she came to rest at 0800 hours with her upper decker under water. She had been hit under the foremost turret by a torpedo that blew a hole 40 foot by 27 feet. 2 of the oil fuel tanks were flooded, and flooding in adjacent compartments could not be checked. She was refloated in July 1941 and towed to Trieste, but was not repaired in time to play any further part in the war. Duilio, north of Littorio, moved under her own power with the assistance of a tug and grounded in shallow water about 40 feet deep, 150 yards north of her anchor position. She was attended by a small craft and belatedly enclosed by nets. The single hit on the starboard side abreast number 1's 5.25-inch mounting blew a hole 36 feet by 23 feet and caused the flooding of 2 magazines. She was raised and towed to Genoa, where repairs were carried out which were completed in July 1941. Italian reports also stated that the bombs that hit Trento and Libezio failed to explode, a disappointing outcome after the gallantry with which the attacks had been executed. But if this is the case, it is difficult to explain the amount of oil fuel on the surface seen on the reconnaissance photographs taken after the attack. It is possible that the bombs that did not detonate caused some damage in the vicinity of the FFO tanks, which subsequently leaked. In the days after the strike, the Italian battleships that had survived were moved to more northerly waters, away from the focal point of operations in the central Mediterranean and the Greek littoral. The cruiser raid into the Strait of Otranto began as the Swordfish attacked Otranto and also achieved success. The force comprised of the cruisers Orion, Sydney and Ajax, together with the destroyers Nubian and Mohawk. Yeah, I'm sending 3 cruisers to attack going through the Straits of Otranto. I need to support them. Where are my tribals? Off you go, boys. Have fun. Under Vice Admiral Pryndam Whipple. They encountered an Italian convoy at 01:15 hours on the 12th of November 1940, engaged it in minutes later. 4 merchant ships were sunk and their escorts driven off in an action described by Admiral Cunningham as a boldly executed operation into narrow waters. Overall, the Italian Navy had suffered a devastating night and the British fleet returned to Alexandria unscathed at 0700 hours on the 14th of November. Animal 16365. The animal was using the RM was using 18-inch airdrop torpedoes. Yep. Ian Stradling, number 4 didn't knock hard enough. No. But think about that. This was achieved with 24. Again, imagine if Courageous or Glorious had been there. Imagine if they had... You know, they might have taken some skewers with them to drop their slightly bigger bombs. They might have brought in more torpedoes. That's the trouble. When you're hitting something in harbour, you need to hit it very hard to knock it out. And there's not much more damage you need to do to those battleships to make it unlikely that any of them get back in service in World War II. They could all be recovered, but it would take far too long for them to get back in service. But this is a good book. And it's worth a read. I don't agree with everything in it, but there again, show me a historian who agrees with everything in a book written ever. One of the things I enjoy about it is it does have a map of the battleships and their grounding positions in it, and does get into the details. And yes, I do need to make this in a high. It's gonna be a lot better when it's in high definition. I have to admit that's one of the reasons why I am sort of slow wheeling on some things, because it's getting it decent. Atlantic 24 obsolete biplanes. Oh, good lord, I'm not getting into this one again. Alright. In the nicest way, the Swordfish was not an obsolete biplane. Well, let's just get that out of hand. A lot of people were using biplanes at this point as torpedo bombers. It's 1939, 1940. Secondly, how many aircraft in 1940, even in, let alone 1939, could launch and be used for a night attack, could drop torpedoes in that manner, and could achieve that result? They're not obsolete. Yes, it would be with albacores. They'd probably achieve the same thing. And yes, it would have been far better if World War II hadn't taken place till 1942, and by that point the Royal Navy would have had Barracudas in service, which would have been hopefully a lot better. But life didn't work out that way. Swordfish is not obsolete. The Swordfish looks obsolete to our eyes if we're looking back if we're reading history backwards. If you read history forwards and you consider when a swordfish enters service, you consider what it's used for and what it does, it's not the most modern, but there is a long spectrum between obsolete and the newest hotness. And the swordfish is on that spectrum. It's not obsolete in 1940. It's 1941. It goes really doesn't. You don't want it to be a primary strike aircraft from that point onwards. You want something better. And ideally, you'd like something better than the Albacore. But that's what the RN has. Because the Barracuda's been delayed because of the Battle of Britain. That's the joy of history, of reality. But you have to read the history forwards. So, if you are looking back from the Fleet Air Arms and the Air Forces in 1945, yeah, the swordfish looks obsolete. But if you're reading the history forward, swordfish is not obsolete. As said, it's on that spectrum. It's a long way from obsolete. It's not the new hotness, but it's a long way from obsolete. And the thing is, you don't wait till an aircraft is obsolete to bring in its replacement. And that tells you all you need to know. The Royal Navy has, honestly, let's put it this way. Theoretically, what the RN was introducing by introducing the Albacore was the Albacore was supposed to cover till the Barracuda came in service, which was supposed to be about 1942. 1941-42. Barracuda was supposed to take the Royal Navy from 1939 to 1942. The Albacore was supposed to take 1942. But the Albacore would not replace all the swordfish. The Albacore would replace some of the swordfish under construction, because there were a lot of swordfish in service and still under construction at the time. And the Albacore would take over, and then the Barracuda would come out and replace the remaining swordfish, and then replace the Albacore. So the Albacore is the successor to the swordfish, but honestly, the swordfish shouldn't really be considered obsolete until the Barracuda enters service, because that's when it would be obsolete. But look at the swordfish's roles. Torpedo strike, it does that quite well. It's supposed to be, again, the swordfish is developed. It's supposed to be a night strike aircraft. That's really what it is in the later 1930s. That's the primary thing the Royal Navy's thinking about this aircraft. Night strike. In which case, speed versus reliability. Ease of flying versus looking cool. The British went for ease of flying, they went for speed, they went for reliability, they went for range, they went for endurance, and that meant that's why you get the swordfish. Swordfish is not obsolete in 1940. The swordfish is only obsolete if you basically judge every book by its cover. And if sunk in harbour, the ship's armour can be used for other things, like the French building tanks from Battleship armour. Yeah, Colin Cameron. Then 16365. The Italian battleship's anti-torpedo defence systems were terrible. I'd hate to see the effect if the RN had Japanese torpedoes and used them at Taranto. They didn't really need to. Again, 21-inch... and honestly, British torpedoes were actually better than Japanese torpedoes. That's something. If you're thinking 24-inch long lances, you can't carry those on aircraft. British aerial torpedoes are better than Japanese aerial torpedoes, because British aerial torpedoes don't dive deep, because the British have the technology of the tension wire on the front and the little wings on the back to keep the torpedo level, so it belly flops into the water rather than dives into the water, so it runs straight. So Japanese torpedoes would have spent most of their time sitting in the going into the mud. Then re-replacing the swordfish. Would the Barracuda be made to work without war in September 1959, or would the submarine aircraft be picked or something else? The Barracuda would have been. The Barracuda was well underdeveloped and would have been fine. If you'd had peacetime development, the Barracuda would have ended service in 1942. And probably would have entered service, probably the Royal Navy's interceptor fighter supermarine aircraft would have ended service in 1941-ish, is my instinct. And so the Royal Navy would have been, and probably would have then grown the Fleet Air Arms. So you would be looking at a very interesting scenario in that you would have tailored air groups. So you would have your strike carrier, i.e. HMS Ark Royal, carrying probably 36 Barracudas, 18 Fulmars, and 18 fighters for her 72 aircraft. And the Fulmars will be the reconnaissance fighter, will take on the reconnaissance fighter role and strike escort role. The fighters would be the air defense of Ark Royal, combined with radar. And the submarine fighters, and the Barracudas will be the strike aircraft, being able to act as dive bombers and torpedo bombers. The interesting thing is what you look at your fleet carriers for. Probably they probably end up with the Illustrious class. Probably end up with an 18 and 18 with 18 fighters and 18 Barracudas. In the larger armored carriers coming afterwards, and especially if they're built, and especially if they build more of them, they're bigger, they are more capable. They are probably going to carry an air group about the same as Ark Royal. Mm. 9681 must have been embarrassing for the Italians to have state-of-the-art fast battleships sunk by biplane swordfish. Not really, because the Italians realised how good the swordfish was. And the people who tend to slag off the swordfish tend to just go, oh, it's a biplane, must be bad. Or, alternatively, they are looking at the... Well, they're looking at the Channel Dash. And in that scenario, you've got 6 swordfish doing an absolutely insane run in, when frankly they shouldn't have been. There are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of RAF aircraft in range. There are motor torpedo boats. There are all sorts of things which should have been involved. And it's one of the most badly coordinated, badly commanded, badly organised scenarios the British ever went through. And afterwards, heads rolled at almost every level. That was embarrassing. The Channel Dash was embarrassing. Congressman, I think 24-1 for the Fiat CR-42 was an even better kill ratio for the Royal Hungarian Air Force on the Eastern Front. So it doesn't. Wow, my phone really doesn't like cold weather. Many phones don't. Downstream, Albacore suffered from an engine with a poor reputation. Bristol and assessing received valve engines. True, but it wasn't like the Pegasus. The Pegasus was good. Bremballs, for naval time, did sailors do anything for their dead friends before the captain's service? They often tried to make sure they were dressed nicely, and they'd try and neaten them up, make sure they were, say goodbye. Sometimes there'd often be people stand and watch and keep an eye over the dead, make sure they're okay, that sort of thing. World War II submarine history with haiku. That's why the Japanese use wooden blocking on the top of their tops at Pearl Harbor. They did. They'd been developing that prior to Taranto, but after Taranto, some of these wooden fins are found, and so that's presumed how the Brits did it. No one realizes what the tension cables in the water are for. Code from Link. The quality of solid planes in 1941, when the best kill ratio 67.5 to 1 was achieved, was lower than Brewster's. Youch. Sean quickly. Brent Paulus, as far as I know, it's not, no. However, it was tradition when sewing up hammocks or canvas before burial to put last stitch through the nose to make sure they weren't in a catatonic state. I've never heard of that one before. I've heard of them being pricked, but not the stitch going through the nose. Richard, is there a military naval aircraft that checks all the no boxes except, my goodness, it gets airborne box? Bottom Pool Defiant? No, that's being cruel to the Bottom Pool Defiant. There's a few aircraft which are very, very interesting. And Channel Dash sounds disorganized in Norway. Yes, it is. And for that, you'll want the Gia Ha series if you're interested in Norway. They're always good. Although I have got to stop using my playing cards as markers. Admittedly, the playing cards I've used as markers here are the Hurricane and the Wildcat, so they're a fairly good combination to have. Let's see, the other playing card marker. Ooh, I've got the PPY Catalina. I don't have a playing card with Blackburn and everything like that on it, unfortunately. Oh yeah, and that one. The only thing more disorganised than the Norwegian government is Victor Quisling. In Oslo, Victor Quisling moved into the Parliament building during the morning of the 10th. His speech on the radio the night before, declaring himself Prime Minister, had been a major surprise to Norwegians as well as Germans. Some opportunistic youngsters reported to give their services to the new leader, but few of the ministers he had appointed actually appeared. In fact, at least 5 of the 8 declined or never responded. Worse, many long-term supporters did not wish to become involved in the obvious coup, and turned their back on Quisling, some even defying his orders and joining the Norwegian forces. Minister Brahe reported to Berlin that Quisling is more negative than productive and is not up to the task. The Abwehr agent, Benek, also sent back several critical reports on the new Prime Minister, asserting that his self-declared rise to head of state actually strengthened the resolve among the Norwegians to resist. On the 15th, Brahe informed Quisling that Hitler decided he would have to go. His government had, for all intents and purposes, never functioned, and nothing had achieved during its 6 days of existence. Except for Quisling himself and a handful of people in his nearest circle, very few Norwegians actually supported the Germans during the invasion and the ensuing campaign. The majority of the officers and soldiers who later joined the National Samling Party or the Waffen-SS to fight the Bolsheviks fought loyally with the Norwegian forces during the campaign, and there were no organised active fifth column, even if some people in the occupied areas rapidly returned to a normal life, including helping the Germans as long as there was money involved. The majority of the population fully supported the resistance instigated by the government and General Rouge. That's Victor Quisling all for it. He's an absolute imbecile. Cameron, is there a post-World War II equivalent to the Shortish that is an aircraft that was effective but underappreciated? Well, I could say the Blackburn Buccaneer, but that gets a bit of appreciation. Phantom doesn't. It gets a bit of appreciation, but I would say post World War II, I'd say the Firebrand. That does so many cool things, but gets very little appreciation. And the fact that there's so few surviving, even intact models that are just display is just absurd. Dan Freeman, I too have heard the stitch through nose about sewing up hammocks to check for response. For an actual obsolete aircraft doing sterling sewing but still showing their design age, please see the Gloucester Sea Gladiator at the Siege of Malta. Oh, that was cool. Amsowski, the stitching through the nose. I recall it being mentioned in Master and Commander, the movie. Probably there is something to it. Not a thing you would make up? I'd hope it's not a thing anyone would wake up. Right. I'm just going to change the picture. Right, I'll be back in a second. Someone's just knocked. Sorry about that. Just someone checking that I had the key I needed to get in the door I have to go in this time of night. And yes, I do have the key. Which was funny, because they couldn't find the key, and then they presume I still don't have the key, and I'm still going, I have the key, of course I do. That's why you can't find it. Right. The Firebrand, are you sure about that? Yeah, I like the Firebrand. It's a very good aircraft. Senator, what if there were float planes in Age of Sail? Would they have been used for? I mean, late Age of Sail. There's float planes on Age of Sail. That means you have petrol engines. And if you have petrol engines, it's not going to be the Age of Sail. It's going to be something else moving it. But the more interesting, the potential is if you had sort of some form of balloon that could be propelled along by human power. That could be interesting. Float planes in the Age of Sail would have caused interesting consternation, as most people would have gone, well, you have this engine, why can't you use it for your ship? Make it bigger. Power your ship. Night Secretary. Well, the question timestamps to be linked at the end of the stream. I've been adding them as I've been going, so hopefully they're there. Oh, so when playing cards, you make sure no books around. You public school boys. Honestly, that's because that particular deck has become semi-ruined, so it's been deployed as bookmarks now because there aren't that many, and I got a new deck. of recognition cards to play with. Shunker, Graham Highlander. Now that's something I didn't know. Family always explained it was Irish Gaelic like John. I'm presuming that's a discussion name. A quick question about Habsburg and Herzog Karl class pre-dreadnoughts. They were reliable, and about that is all. A quick opinion about the Habsburg. Yeah, they were. They were good ships, though. The last British pre-dreadnought. Yeah. Actually came into service after Dreadnought, so... You know, it's an interesting discussion. I do love the fact that it has 2 single turrets and and then all the rest are double turrets. And I sit there and go, what's the point? What is the sodding point? What do those single turrets give you? Really doesn't help in any meaningful way. Seamish, I remember a great game about the SAS called Hidden and Dangerous, and I mentioned sneaking aboard the Beluga to get the code machine. Did they ever try to get on board? She didn't sink all the way. I don't think they tried while they were in Norway. Let's put it this way. Honestly, let's put it this way. The time to try and get aboard her would have been while the Norwegian government and things were still in flux, and there really wasn't the British force around that could do that. So that's the trouble. By the time all these organisations come into existence and are available to be used, that opportunity has gone past. John Mac, are we talking about the same Firebrand, the Blackburn Firebrand? Yep. I think it gets ignored a bit. And it's actually quite a good aircraft. Jim, age of sailing and flying. Would frigate under full sail be fast enough to tow launch something like fabric wing, one-person float plane glider? Doubtful. But as Bishop points out, a sail frigate would be a motor ship. Why use a petrol engine and plane and not a ship? That's the case. That would happen. Interesting enough, if we're talking age of sail design of petrol ships, if they had cracked it, let's say they'd made a form of petrol from coal, which they could mine at that time. A form of fuel from the coal by liquefying coal somehow. It would have been interesting. You could have just gone from coal powered or wood powered. You could boil the kettle. That's the thing. Once you can work out how to harness steam, you're fine. That's engine powered. But if you've got petrol powered, that means you've got a bit beyond there. You've got the combustion engine going. And if you've got the combustion engine, then you're going to have combustion engine powered ships. Oh, good lord. Right. So, the thing is, the Blackburn Firebrand gets a lot of stick because of the time it takes to enter service. And that's pretty much its big problem. It's the time it takes to enter service. It gets delayed by trouble developing the Centaurus engine, but it's a single-seat fighter which can also carry a torpedo. It can drop bombs, and you know, there's also the Firecrest, which comes out at various points. The Firebrand is just okay. It's got 4 20mm cannon. It can carry 16 rockets. It can carry 2,000-pound, that's 910 kg, bombs, or a single torpedo, as you can see here. It's a very versatile aircraft. The problem really is its first flight is 1942. It's sort of based in a specification which is 1938, 39-ish, sort of. Because of troubles getting the engine and everything into service, it actually isn't introduced into service till 1945 and then is retired in 1953. And by the time it enters service, its capabilities it's being built for are not what they're looking for in aircraft. That gives it one of the reasons, because there's not enough built. There are not enough things done with them. Really, enough operation, enough to iron out the kinks. So it's still in its initial sort of phase. But it's useful. And here is the challenge I will give you. Imagine that it gets the Napier Sabre engine and they manage to get into service. And the Ministry of Aircraft Production doesn't say, oh, no, you can't have the Sabre. That has to go to the Hawk Typhoon, so you have to have a different engine. Imagine they give it the Sabre. Imagine there's enough Sabre producing that the Air Ministry just goes, yeah, keep it. Keep having the Sabre. And they get this into service in 1943. Imagine the Firebrand in service in 1943. Or, as its first flew in 1942, imagine it gets service in 1942. Imagine what you're talking about if this is in service in 1942. Now, it couldn't have made it because it's March, April that Operation Sea happens and the Indian Ocean raid. So it wouldn't have been out there for then. Well, it could have been, but things would have had to go on a lot quicker and a lot more different in terms of its deployment. But think about the operations which take place in 1942 in the Mediterranean. In 1942, you have the Second Battle of Sirte. You have Operation Harpoon, Operation Vigorous, Operation Pedestal, Operation Stone Age, and the Battle of Cherokee Bank and the Raid of Algiers and all sorts of things. And eventually, in 1943, you have all sorts of other things going on. There is a lot of operations taking place in 1942. Imagine if in June 1942 there had been some Sabre-powered Firebrands in service. It's a different war. And it's one of the problems you have consistently throughout World War II. You have quite good designs of aircraft coming in for the Royal Navy for its naval air arm. And the trouble is they use engines, and the Battle of Britain takes priority. Then treatment. Powdered coal for rapid combustion? Only a moderate risk of explosion. I said liquid coal. You could do something. You can make. Well, you can to an extent make a liquid that could be sustainable. It wouldn't have to. It wouldn't run on water. You'd have to have another carrying instrument. But you could have used whale oil with combined with powdered coal or something, lamp oil. My understanding is that the test pilot's reports were less than flattering. Are we dealing with a SB-2C situation, but it didn't have time to prove itself in combat? To an extent, yes. (96831). If you rolled the Firebrand, you starve the engine and send the plane in the sea. Not quite, but the Cerberus was not the best engine in the world. Again, designed for the Napier Sabre. The Napier Sabre is taken away from. The Napier Sabre is a very good engine. And then they put the Centaurus in it, and that's Bristol, and they're not quite as good. Napier fired with a Sabre engine, which is liquid cooled? I think so, from memory, yeah. Sean Cookie. Cubinerti seems to be the history of almost all Blackburn aircraft. Good, but not given credit, or just a bit. Seems to be the history of all Blackburn aircraft. Good, but not given credit, or just a bit late to the party. Pretty much. Vision. I gave myself the giggles thinking of Bismarck breaking up and sinking upon launch. Imagine how that would have changed history in television history documentaries. Best battleship ever. It would have been interesting, but let's think about another thing. Okay? If you have Admiral Class aircraft carriers, and this is a great little what-if history to start off with, but it's something which me and Drac have worked over and chatted about a few bits, so I'm fairly confident in the logic. If you have Admiral Class aircraft carriers, they are bigger than the Courageous Class and Glorious Class, Courageous and Glorious. They can carry a lot more aircraft. But the Royal Navy won't probably get more aircraft. The odds are they end up going for twin-engined aircraft, which means probably you have the Buccaneer, well, how do I put this? Buccaneer, Beaufighter, Mosquito sort of line, twin-engined aircraft developed in the interwar period in terms of the fleet air arm. So instead of single-engined aircraft, you're dealing with twin-engined aircraft. Fast twin-engined aircraft. Maybe a full general purpose role, maybe just as your strike role aircraft. They would probably have a longer range and higher speed. Ergo, in 1939, you might well get the Royal Navy, if the Air Force can't do it, or aren't willing to do it, putting carriers in close enough to launch a raid, rather like they had planned at the end of World War One, to take out the Germans in harbour. In fact, the Royal Navy beg, and the RAF keeps planning raids on Wilhelmshaven at the beginning of World War Two. But by the time they get there, they actually launch the raid. The Germans have gone to sea. So the Royal Navy have longer range aircraft, have these twin-engined aircraft. They probably launch the raid themselves, and probably from their carriers, and probably as soon as war breaks out. Because again, Royal Navy aircraft are all weather capable. Royal Navy aircraft have to be able to fly at night, all those things, because that's the Royal Navy's insistence for the fleet air arm. That would make for a very different scenario. It would also possibly have an impact on the Britain's fighter development, because if the Royal Navy's putting its money into twin-engined aircraft, then the RAF light bombers would have been twin-engined aircraft, and so possibly Britain doesn't have. Well, maybe it does have Merlins, but it might actually have to have a higher engine production capacity, because every aircraft would have had two engines. It could be an interesting impact, but the thing is that would be an attack. There could also have been, under those circumstances, attack launched, and this was something which, again, the Royal Navy were arguing for, attack launched on ships under production, because they aren't going to move. Again, you have a long-range thing, you do it. Long-range strike, you can take out. And the amount of damage you can cause a ship when it's before it's launched, or when it's recently launched and being fitted out and can't be moved, is tremendous, because it tends to have doors open. It tends to be not in a fully worked state, not have a crew on board. If you can get enough damage on it, you can delay that ship entering service for years, if not destroy it permanently. Nice, so blame the RAF for that. No, the RAF, the Air Ministry. There is a difference. The Air Ministry are politicians. The RAF tend to be professionals. And that's one of the big associations, because the Air Ministry often has Royal Air Force officers in it. People treat it as that, but like the Admiralty and like the War Office, it tends to attract, especially at certain levels, officers who are far more interested in pushing paper and playing internal politics than they are interested in actually fighting wars. That's good. I still think the Iron should have gone for the Beaufighter for all roles and replaced it mid-war with a navalised version of Mosquito. The Beaufighter was newer than the Mosquito. Why would you replace the Beaufighter with the Mosquito? Okay, so fine if that's what you wanted, but it would be lovely, but you'd have to design your carriers for it. I.e., you need deck-edge lifts. You couldn't put you didn't have a lift big enough, and you would need to slightly orientate your ships around. But you could do it. The thing is, you could have done it. You could still have had the armoured deck and have twin-engine aircraft. Vision. Twin-engine aircraft, carrier aircraft from World War II. Would be very interesting. With midway-sized carrier, you could have done it, aka Admiral Class carriers. That's good. You don't need as many planes when your strike aircraft have 650 cals and 4 20mm cannon. They tend to escort each other. They do tend to be interesting. Cody 85, like what happened to Jean Bart, with airplanes instead of 16-inch shells. Yes. Street Racer. The shipyard that built Bismarck is still in business today. No way they would be if their ships break up at launch. They had built thousands of tons of H-class too before it got cancelled. Building a grid down there. Oh, we're now talking about Africa and power supply. Hey, caramba. Oh, it's 5 hours. It's 11 o'clock. I didn't realise it got that late. Yeah, last questions. Yep, almost at an iron brew. So last questions. Thank you everyone for being here. Let's see what questions we've got coming up. But no, it would be interesting. It would have been really interesting. The Admiral Class as aircraft carriers would have been really quite, well, as I said, interesting. It's one of my favourite sort of what-ifs. It would have also been interesting from this perspective. If they're built, it takes the name Anson, Howe, and Rodney. Which... well, that means you probably get Nelson, but also, if you're building 2 battleships post-World War II, Nelson and Collingwood. So instead of HMS Rodney being the 16-inch battleship, having the fun with Gneisenau and those sort of things, and sinking the Bismarck, it would have been HMS Collingwood. Quite probably. And then you have different names have to be selected for Anson and Howe in the King George V class. It's all interesting. Oh, hello, Bichon. Thank you, Bichon. Did the public, George Newman, did the publican call that just call for last orders? No, I did promise my mum I wouldn't be later than 11:30 coming in the from the garden. So, as I said, it's 11 o'clock, so roughly that. Cody 85. Actually, the XF5F was a twin engine that Yorktowns could take. Cool. Cosmos, if I were to buy one book on history this winter, what would it be other than yours? That one's a pretty good one. Taranto, as mentioned. It depends what you want. I've got a whole series of different things of books coming out. I have to say, this is one of the ones I'm enjoying reviewing at the moment. And that review's coming out soon. By Lindsay Powell. Bar Cobra. It's cool. And there's a few others as well. There are lots of reviews coming out, so basically watch the reviews and make a decision. Danham, tell me more about potential twin-engine strike aircraft from 1930s to 1940 carrier operations. Well, this is the point. If... let me find a Beaufighter. If I can find a decent picture of a Beaufighter. In the air, preferably. Although... that's probably sort of like what you end up in terms of British. Something which looks like more huge engines with a bit of a stuff stuffed in the middle, and heavily armed. And that's the thing. A twin-engined aircraft solves a lot of your issues because you have a lot more space to put cannon in the central fuselage. You can put in you can put in machine guns in the wings. So you've got cannon-based fighters. You've got probably the ability to carry at least a good-sized torpedo and bomb. So that means your strike aircraft automatically are torpedo and bomber aircraft. So you probably don't have the development of the Barracuda. And as was mentioned earlier, if they've got enough firepower and enough speed with their engines, and considering how the Royal Navy used fighters, i.e. they weren't dogfighting machines, they were supposed to break up enemy air attacks, and with heavy cannon and etc. in the wings, they might well be able to do that anyway. They might well have gone for a single type aircraft for their entire air groups. Death Squad. Beaufighter first flight was 1959, introduced into service in July 1940. Mosquito first flight was November 1940, introduced service in 1941. I stand corrected. I thought it was the other way around. What am I getting confused with? Beaufort. What am I getting it confused with? There is another one I'm getting it confused with. But no, I reckon most likely the Bristol Beaufighter, because they did have a torpedo fighter version of that, and that's sort of it's strength enough to carry torpedoes, so that's the kind of airframe you're looking at, whereas the lovely the lovely Mosquito was never really that way inclined. It would have been interesting. It would have given them, if you consider this, here's them as speed and the capabilities for the Beaufighter. 320 miles per hour at 10,000 feet was maximum speed. Range 1,750 miles, or 1,520 nautical miles. Service ceiling of 19,000 feet, and a rate of climb of 8.1 meters per second, or 1,600 feet per minute. Guns, 4 20mm Hispano cannon in nose, 6 303 machine guns in wings, 4 in the standard, 2 to port. And 1 manually operated .303 Browning for observer, able to carry rockets, bombs, and various 18-inch torpedoes. Pretty good design, really. And so this is where I think, honestly, if you had the twin-engined aircraft, you'd have had something that's probably better than this. Because, again, if you've had it in service and you've had twin-engined aircraft in service for a while, they become a factor. Budguy, how well would the British Pacific Fleet do against the Japanese Center Force? They'd have probably done okay, especially once they had Philip Vian as the head of their carrier arm. Let's be honest, that guy's not going to drop much of a job. 9681, what did the Blackburn Skier replace? Oh, one of the other fighters. I think it actually might have replaced the Sea Gladiator, theoretically. Budguy 229, wouldn't the Admiral class carriers be about the same size as Lexington class carriers were? The Admiral class carriers were 262.1 meters long. Actually, the lovely Lexingtons were 266.4 meters long as in their plans, so they would have been slightly shorter. Beam 31.7 meters for the British, 32.1 meters for the Lexingtons. 144,000 shaft horsepower and 24 Yarrow boilers for the Admirals. 180,000 shaft horsepower and 16 water tube boilers for the Lexingtons. Lexingtons is displaced around about 45,000 tons deep load. The Admirals around 46,000 tons deep load. I'm never quite sure about some of the Lexington stats, though, I have to admit. And I think there is also the fact that, well, their length overall is 270.7 meters once they're built, because they're built in carrier form. So again, the Royal Navy's ones would probably go up as well, because they've got their distances. It would be how you'd extend and build a flight deck. So I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up not too dissimilar to each other in size. But you have to remember also the British wouldn't have fitted theirs with 8-inch guns. At no point would they have thought that was sensible. Because the British, knowing a British carrier, would actually try and use them. And that's problematic. I'm trying to remember what I'm getting confused with Beaufighter. No, there's another twin-engine aircraft that I'm thinking about. Oh well. So the Admiral class carriers would probably work out roughly similar size to the Lexington class carriers, but the British would probably go for they wouldn't. It's going to sound strange. The way the fleet air arm was structured, the British would probably want to go for a twin-engined aircraft. Especially if you consider what the British were looking at in terms of requiring operational and capabilities. Alfie, sorry if this has been asked on a previous stream, but will we ever see an HMS Fisher? Doubtful now. Maybe we would have done in World War II if the Admiral class had been built as carriers. Because we'd been far enough along, you might have got a Fisher. Take care, DGB40. Take 9683. What was the Blackburn? Was the Blackburn Rock good for anything? No, but we try and forget that. Target towing, as Sean quickly pointed out. Now, the name of the Jewish revolt is generally Bar Koha, with a very guttural Kah. We don't really have in English. Oh, look, where are you publishing reviews? On here. They usually come up as a book or two to review when they come out. Would a twin-engine aircraft be a good dive bomber? I was asking. Potentially. The Ju-88 did quite well as a dive bomber occasionally. 9600. So did Dangerous Furious ever use the Blackburn Skew and Blackburn Rock when they replaced them and the Swordfish? Then what replaced them and the Swordfish? Yeah, it did at certain points. And Swordfish, I think Albacores replaced that. Sort of. Furious used the skewer a lot to guide actually aircraft from it, Hurricanes from it, to Malta. Speaking of which, there's a good book on the history of Bon Voss shipyards coming out in the next few weeks. That'll be good. Go on. And where did Bismarck end up after it had out on King George V? I have no idea where that's coming on along. Beaufort. That was before the... I know that was before the Beaufighter. Confused with the Bristol Blenheim? No. I would never be confused with Blenheim. It goes Beaufort. It goes Beaufort to Beaufighter. Blenheim is sort of something weird off the side. Oh, good lord. If Mosquito and Beaufighter had offspring, that'd be weird. Stafford Thompson. Cool, but weird. Cody 85. Lexi's stats are probably possibly fudged. Possibly. Yamato versus Io. What would be the outcome? Is it 1-on-1? If it's 1-on-1 in daylight, then honestly, probably Yamato. If it's 1-on-1. Because as powerful as Iowa is 1-on-1, Yamato probably has it. Just about. But the thing is, if it's anything less than perfect weather and Iowa can dictate the pace of the combat, then Iowa might well be able to win it. But there was a very good discussion, which I think Drac did, where he talked about if Admiral Shingli's force had to confront the Japanese battleships. And basically, the purpose of the Iowas was to keep the Yamato busy and the newer battleships busy, while the older battleships mopped up the Congos and then turned their fire up, and slowly you had increasing fire focused on the Yamato to knock it out. But it would be difficult. It wouldn't be easy. Alright. That in Western World? I doubt it's Western World. I doubt it. That's gone. Were you mixing up the Beaufort and Sea Hornet? Sea Hornet! That's it. That's it. It's the Hornet. That's it. The Sea Hornet and the Hornet. Oh. Which is... People always tell me, oh, that's just development of the Mosquito. It's not. It's got quite a different internal structure. It's basically the same techniques, but it's got a different structure. So yeah, it's the Hornet I was thinking of. Sorry. Let's change this to a Hornet quickly. Before I turn it off and go in. Bam, ba-dam, bam. Let's check I've finished off the questions. Or are there still more coming in? Ah, hello. Right. When did the RN first use a twin-engine plane on one of their carriers? Sea Hornet. (968) seems like the battlecruiser battleship carrier conversions became outdated fast. They didn't. They were very, very useful ships, most of them. But the fact is, there is a limitation to what you can do with conversion. That's honestly, though, the Lexingtons are probably some of the best of the bunch, and that's because they aren't built. To do a conversion, you need to really be able... and that's one of the reasons why I say the admirals could have been best, because, honestly, the admirals were mostly just about the point at which they had their engines and everything put in, and they were hulls. So, basically, you got up to just above the engine deck, and you could then build the rest of the ship above it, which you could do quite easily and convert it to a carrier without any trouble. Right, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much for the super chats. Thank you very much for these chatting. And as said, I'm going to call it a night and get in before I upset my family. So, thank you very much, everyone. Thomas Hobarth, what was the design? What were the designers of the M2 class thinking when they came with that design? We need to make a cruiser submarine. I think it's the M2 I'm thinking of. Yeah, great engineering over there. Does good. Is the Sea Hornet's registration when the roundel is taken into account show? Take care, everyone. Thank you, Bitron. Thank you, Colin Gaswell. Thank you, Graham Harlander. Thank you, Dep Squad. Thank you, Steve Windish and Bitron. Thank you, Dan Freeman and Stafford Thompson for doing an excellent job this evening. And thank you, Sean Mack. Thank you, Jess P, Melanie 640, George Newman, Anuk. Thank you, Old Richard. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Steve Windish, everyone. And World War II Submarine History, Haiku, and M35 Benders. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Hieroglyph, Alfie Rowe. Thank you, Knight6831, for all the questions. Thank you, everyone. Take care and have a nice evening.